Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Probably wondering, why was John Bishop just singing Blinded by the Light by Man for Man's Earth Band into the microphone during the break?
Now we have to update everybody, including
I was
Josh,
actually wondering that question too, because I'm not here today.
Not physical with us. He's physical with us somewhere else.
He's no longer
He's
with
in
us.
closet.
Right, we got like two different things going on here. It started.
I hate this.
It started. What do you mean you hate this?
I hate this.
It looks
same.
Great.
It's
Now,
not the
hold
same.
on. Time out.
What's
Josh Peterson.
What?
I'm gonna ISO young Nick Grimm.
Okay. Hello.
Tell me, how does he look? And specifically, how does the lighting look?
It looks softer.
Give me a grade. What do you think? Does it look better? Does it look worse?
Oh, I think it looks better.
Okay, so that was the first thing.
Okay.
When we came in, so Connor, this happened during your show.
It did. There was a man who was dressed as a mechanic.
I like how you're saying he's dressed as a
First of all,
He was wearing a full, like a mechanic suit. The full body
He was
suit.
a light mechanic.
He was a light mechanic.
And all they did was change the light bulbs.
Yeah, I just thought it was going to be a guy, but it was a light mechanic. He came in.
Don't we have people that can change light bulbs in this building?
That's what I thought, but there was a whole guy.
Well, these are the mercury ones. If you drop them, they put poison gas everywhere.
Okay, so
Probably
that was
not
important.
Argon.
He came in during he was polite. He came in during one of the breaks and he said, I'm going to change these lights. And we said, okay. And you're like, all right.
Did you ask him if he's going to change our audio board too?
No, but that'll be the next thing. He also looked around and said, why are all the panels on your ceiling missing?
And I was wondering that yesterday. There's that cable that was just hanging out there.
Still there. It's still,
what happened?
We did close up the other panel. But anyway,
look at it.
The guy replaced the light and he plugged it in. And it turns out we had been in this room for the last however many years now, had been operating with only one working light.
Interesting.
It was quite dim. So he replaced both of the lights and he plugged them both in so they worked. So it was bright in here.
And Josh, I'm telling you, there was an aura in this room.
There was an aura.
Interesting.
I mean, it's amazing what just changing out a light bulb can do. I mean, let's face it. We in this building, this is like, this is the slum studio, right? This is
even though we're on for the most hours every day.
12 hours a freaking day, right?
14 as the sports schedule allows.
Correct. 14 if the sports schedule allows. And sometimes the sports schedule is also live sports that we are doing. So we are certainly the busiest, yet we have arguably one of the worst studios.
Arguably. One of the worst studios.
But for this case, not just the worst studio, but the worst lit studio.
Yes.
Certainly.
Horrible.
Yes.
Yeah. And the worst view of Dodge Street.
Yeah, we
That's
only
true.
get to see one side of it.
Yeah.
And
if you were to rank the studios, there are only 2 that are behind us, and those studios are 1180 and 1290.
Correct.
And no one,
nobody
not a whole
goes into any of those.
No.
We use those more to record random Josh,
things.
I think I would rate 1290 as better because, like, if we bring in a third, like if we were doing a crossover right now, we could all be sitting here together at the same table.
It's true.
That's true.
Whereas when Connor has to flip over to the other side,
and stand for a half.
I have to kneel, basically.
Yes.
I have to go like this.
So I would argue that 1290 is better than our studio.
Yeah.
From that standpoint. So anyway, there was a different aura. Well, during the commercial break, when we heard about the
back seat,
check the back seat.
I like that
new back seat.
What a fun commercial!
It's a great PSA.
Nick, we were all arguing. I was arguing for the aura. The producers, Josh and Nick, were arguing against the aura. They didn't like the extra light, so they made a decision right before we turned the mics on to take out one of the light bulbs.
We're creatures of habit here.
But there's still an aura, as we can now see by the much better lit Nick Grimm.
I understand it's better for camera lighting. That's fine. I just hate intense fluorescent lighting.
Josh and I had a whole conversation during one of the breaks of our show after the light was installed, and we both exclaimed, Nick Grimm is going to have a very difficult time with this. He's not going to like it at all.
Yep,
because Nick is a creature of habit. He likes things the same, and when things are different, it makes it a little confusing for Nick, as it does for everybody.
I don't know what does what. What does this button do? Oh,
you turned me off.
The new audio board in a couple years, Nick. That'll be wild.
And so we thought that you might have it a little bit of an issue and might want it a little bit different. So it didn't surprise me how that went down. During
I voted for keeping the light.
John likes the aura. I personally don't care at all.
But I didn't get a vote. I wasn't going to fight it. Well, anyway,
I'll have takes on it tomorrow.
So there's the first bit, and then somehow, who brought up
backseat?
No. Well, that came up.
Man for Man's Earth Band.
But why? But yeah, why did Blinded by the Light?
Because of the light.
Yeah, because of the light.
Yeah.
So
Blinded by the light.
And Nick, being the music guy,
I'm from music,
said, "Well, I'm going to use your line because I don't have to pay a quarter. People forget that Bruce Springsteen did the original of that song." To which I immediately jumped in on my soapbox that did not get banned. The Manfred Mann version of "Blinded by the Light" is far superior than that hack job done by the hardest working man in music. That's I mean, if you
I didn't even know that until just now.
Me neither. Yeah. So yeah,
it is so bad compared to the great one.
I can imagine how it was done, and the Bruce,
it was great. I loved it.
Why, Nick? Just because it was the original? Just because it was the original doesn't mean it was better.
No, I don't like it. I just like how it sounds better. I like Springsteen. I should be a sports writer.
You should be, Nick. Hey, by the way, John, speaking of quarter discussions, we got a couple emails about this yesterday. Jordan says, hey, guys, just now getting to listen to today's crossover, and I had a suggestion for Nick. He owes a quarter every time he messes up a drop or a theme song. He would need to take out a loan. If you want to keep what you have for him already, that's cool. That's funny, too. But I think he messes up drops more than being wrong about what he's confident incorrect. Love the show, guys. Another one, Joe says, quarter jar resolution. Let the listeners pick the pick. Nick, no shortened words or left-wing stuff. Josh, no reading. Let him talk about running. John, not being an angry old man.
Nice. These are all great.
No
very
left-wing stuff.
Very difficultly defined, I think. It's difficult. I will say this. I did say the phrase that I'm not supposed to say during my show today.
I heard you. Did you put a quarter in?
I mean, I don't have any. I need to go to the bank.
We
or
need
something.
to get some quarters.
It's like when you're in college and had to do laundry.
I had to get a roll. We had a roll of quarters.
Yeah, we all need to get quarters, I guess.
Also, Scary Gary, this is good. The band's version of Atlantic City is also better than Springsteen's version of Atlantic City. Correct.
I'm not familiar.
I have no takes on
Meet me tonight in Atlantic City.
I've never listened to.
I don't know if I've ever heard of it.
Wow.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that.
Just know Scary Gary is correct, but Nick will probably disagree and say that the Springsteen version is better. He's wrong.
I haven't heard him yet.
It's a worse song, even though he did the original. Okay. Thank you for making the song.
Here, I have a music take on a cover version that's better than the original. With a little help from my friends, the theme song from the Wonder Years superior to the Beatles version from Sgt. Pepper's Lonely
So
Hearts
the
Club.
Bill, what the hell was his name?
For my friends.
What was his name?
That's the original?
No, that's not the original.
No, the
original
original is the Beatles.
Oh.
Yeah.
But because and
Joe Cocker.
Joe Cocker.
Joe Cocker.
Classic
Joe
name,
Cocker.
by the way.
Bill Cocker.
Joe Cocker.
You know, it is funny.
Quarter. Last year, that would have been a quarter.
Last year's quarter. Not anymore.
Yeah,
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Well, we're still, I guess the quarter is still a bit in flux. We've got Connors locked in. I guess the rest of us we're still trying to figure out.
I like mine. I think mine's a good one.
And what was yours again?
And what did we settle on for you?
Whenever I'm overconfident about something, but then it turns out I'm wrong.
Nick is going to
That's a great one.
That's a pretty good one.
That's such a good one for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
John, that's going to happen a lot.
Right, but
it already happened this morning when we were sitting in the office.
It did.
Nick, what was it about? It was something that you ended up.
I got Plinko and Pachinko mixed up with each other.
Yeah.
Wait.
So Josh was talking about Plinko, and I said they love Plinko in Japan, and then I looked it up. It's like, oh wait, that was Pachinko. My bad. I was wrong.
I don't even know what Pachinko
I think about
is.
The Chiefs player
yeah,
for a
I did
second.
too. I think talking about
Isaiah?
Pacheco.
So then we learned about Pachinko, which is just a combination of Plinko and pinball.
It's
basically
pinball, Plinko, and slot machines.
Yeah.
It's just one machine that does all three of those things.
I didn't know they did that in Japan.
Wow.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would have owed a quarter this morning if that was on the air.
Wow. Wild.
Well, see, that's the scary thing is a lot of the things that Nick's going to do is going to be off the air, so it won't be a quarter.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm wondering if this is necessarily a good. I've
been confidently wrong about things on the air.
John, yeah, he is confident.
It'll happen.
It happens a lot.
Yeah, but some of the things you're confident, and then we have to remember what you said, and then if it comes back to haunt you like 5 weeks later, like if you come on the air right now and say Dolphins are going to win the Super Bowl.
Oh.
Right?
Would you owe a quarter for that?
I see what you're saying, but no, that's
but we would
more
have to
of an
remember
opinion.
that he did it.
Yeah, that's more of an opinion. We're talking about things where it's like, no, Georgia's not south of the state of Florida, and then it's like, but it is,
I can see Nick having that take.
It's above.
If it's something you can easily Google within the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
By the way, more people are texting in about songs that are better than the original versions, and I'm gonna have a spin-off take from this one from Dave. Hello, Dave. He says the "It Ain't Me, Babe" from Walk the Line way better than Johnny Cash and even better than Bob Dylan. Here's my take: all of the Joaquin Phoenix versions of songs in Walk the Line are superior to Johnny Cash's versions.
What?
And when you bring in Reese Witherspoon, way better than June. Was it June Cash?
June Carter Cash.
Her voice sucked.
Whoa.
Give me Reese any day over June.
Josh.
That's my take.
Okay, I don't have a strong opinion on that, but you're saying that Joaquin Phoenix
he was
is
way better
than Johnny Cash?
Hell yeah,
What
he
are you
did a
doing,
better
Josh?
version of Johnny Cash.
Than Johnny Cash?
That is a hell of a take.
Oh my
I watched
God,
the movie
that is
and
a
I was
take.
like, wow. I watched the movie and I was like, this was when I was in high school. I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to get into Johnny Cash. And then I listened. I was like, these songs suck. I'm just going to listen to the Joaquin Phoenix versions.
Josh.
That was my take.
Wow.
That's pretty wild.
R.I.P. to Johnny Cash.
How much of that, though, is the fact that Joaquin Phoenix's was better produced?
That might be the case because they definitely sounded better.
I like the
Because of
sound
the
of the
production
old
values.
production stuff.
I know, but
I was in high school
but
for
I'm
the
a
record. I haven't
buzz in the
re-listened
background.
to
But
it
I'm
in a
wondering
while.
if some of what Josh is hearing is more of the producedness of the music, and he's more used to that than he is the older produced music.
It's possible.
Mike says that is the worst take ever.
It's a horrible take.
That's
the worst ever. I can think of someone who had worse takes.
And the under hit.
Designated Hitler.
Nice.
First of the
Wow,
year,
it took us 2 days.
That's amazing,
Uh-huh.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
We're losing our touch, guys.
Scary Gary says also Hendrix's All Along the Watchtower superior to the original Dylan version.
Well, Bob Dylan even
yeah,
handed that
yeah.
one off. Bob Dylan straight up said Hendrix did it way better than
Yeah.
I.
Hendrix's version is sweet.
There's no doubt about that.
Bob Dylan, that music is.
Yeah, you're out on old Bobby D.
Oh,
No,
is your
it's
take on
bad.
Bob Dylan that you just can't understand him?
Yep,
there it is. Everybody's John's age has
That's
the
about
exact
time
same
to
take on
get
Bob
to
Dylan.
I do like a
You.
like a Rolling Stone. I think is good, but
It's
I
good,
loved when
it's
they
good.
made fun of Bob Dylan on Walk Hard. That was so funny because it's just a bunch of nothingness and random words together. Good stuff.
Look at us with all of our music takes today.
We're all from music today.
We're all of music.
And it all started because Nick had the crazy opinion that Bruce Springsteen did better than Manfred
I think we can
Mann.
all agree that wasn't the craziest opinion that happened on this crossover.
No, I'm sorry. Josh is crazy, but when I found out, so remember, when the Manfred Mann version came out, I was a little kid, and that was
Tiny Baby John.
It was on radio everywhere.
Yeah,
and I thought that was the only version, and it was years later, maybe when I was an adult, when I found out that it was a Springsteen cover, and I heard it, and I'm like, "Holy cow, this is garbage!"
I haven't even heard it, but I don't care to.
I didn't know
you need to bring it up.
I didn't know it was a Springsteen cover until a few years ago, but I heard it, and I like the Springsteen cover a little more.
You need to find it. We need to play it.
The Springsteen cover, the Springsteen original.
Yeah, no, well,
no, the original. Springsteen.
No,
did it
Springsteen
first.
did the original. Did he write the song?
I think he did.
Is this his song?
I'm pretty sure it's his song.
Yeah.
John, when you do your Bob Dylan impersonation, it's legitimately hilarious.
My dad does the exact same impression. Everybody around your age has the same take on Bob Dylan.
I think
Gen X.
Yeah.
The superior generation.
No.
Hey, our symbol is like throwing the bones, baby.
Yeah. What's ours, Josh?
I don't know.
M. Like a little.
This is what we'll start doing.
Anyway,
millennials, baby.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what I was going to say now. I don't remember.
Or we could do this.
Something about Bob Dylan. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Oh, the Bob Dylan thing. I think, if I remember right, there may have been an SNL sketch where I don't remember who impersonated Dylan, and basically it was, and so a lot of us, I'll have to look it up, but I
Sounds
think
like
that's
a
where
Dana
it came
Carvey
from.
thing. Is that a Dana Carvey thing?
Could have been.
That does sound like a Dana Carvey thing.
Blinded by the Light was written and recorded by Bruce Springsteen.
1973.
1973. Recorded September 11th, 1972.
Never forget.
What is the boss doing? He forgot.
Poll question: did the boss forget?
Josh.
Nick.
No, other Josh. The one listening. The poll question,
okay.
Josh.
Did the boss forget?
Also, side note to this, Tyreek Hill's house is on fire right now.
Yeah, I saw that. What happened?
What? His house?
It's just on fire.
He's probably just playing fork knife.
No, he was in
Fortnite.
He was at practice, according to the tweet.
He loves fork knife.
He loves Fortnite. He plays it a lot.
He's okay though.
Yeah, no, he's good.
And everybody's okay.
I don't know that part. I just know that he wasn't there.
All right.
By the way, the poll question has been put out by @HapperShow on Twitter. Did the boss forget?
The boss forgot.
By the way, there is, if
believe
you
that.
look it up, yeah, Dana Carvey did on Weekend Update.
Wow, I called that.
It sounded like Dana Carvey.
Dylan.
Really did.
God, those were good days on SNL. Man, that was good.
Everybody loves their own version of SNL.
That's true.
John loves his 70s SNL.
That's not 70s.
That's
That's
90s.
That's 80s, early 90s.
90s
90s SNL was awesome. Farley and
Late
Sandler.
Basically, I mean, really, because it kind of spans, and we've done this crossover many times.
Many times. Yeah, get dibs
But
on the phone,
basically,
Nick.
starting in about 85, 86, when Carvey and Phil Hartman and that group,
R.I.P.
and then they kind of crossed over, really going all the way up through Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell.
That's the end of the good old days.
You
So
didn't
that's about a 15-year sweet spot.
You didn't like it at all in like the 2010, like Andy Samberg era?
It was. I mean,
That's how we got Lazy Sunday.
That stuff was good, but the rest of it was like, It was.
It wasn't good
talking
when
about
SNL, like
boxes.
when all of the good stuff was pre-recorded, but that's what happened.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it started becoming like one-offs of, this thing went viral.
Right.
Instead of the whole show actually being
right.
good.
Instead of an actual just skit like this Bob Dylan skit, it's literally just Dana Carvey as Bob Dylan sitting next to Dennis Miller on the Weekend Updates. I mean, it's a sketch.
The last funny episode of SNL that I can truly remember was one when Justin Timberlake hosted. It was probably a decade ago, and there was a sketch where he and Andy Samberg were like not relatives, were the like Andy Samberg and Adam Sandler or Justin Timberlake from like 50, 60, 70 years ago when they came to America.
Oh,
and they talked about their distant relatives' future. That was really funny, but otherwise
Justin Timberlake was like, my grandsons will sing and dance and act and all these things. That one was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was a funny skit.
Justin Timberlake is good though. I'm pro Justin Timberlake.
Oh yeah, I think he's funny.
No, I think he's
funny.
He usually.
I like
brings
Sandberg. I think Andy Sandberg is funny. John, have you ever seen what's the movie that he does? His first movie where he drives a motorcycle or whatever. Have you ever seen that one?
I know what you're talking about.
We should do that for the movie.
Oh, Hot Rod.
Sometime. Hot Rod.
Oh, Hot
have you ever
Rod,
seen
yeah.
Hot
I have
Rod?
not
John?
seen
Hot Rod
it.
is
I've not
great.
seen it.
Oh man,
I've not
Hot
seen
Rod's very funny.
I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I have never had an issue with Sandberg, but
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
to
funny.
Connor's point, when the good stuff was the viral stuff that was all the pre-recorded,
All the
Lonely Island.
Lonely
I mean,
Island.
the regular sketches are awful.
They got bad quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
And
the
then they
week
just kept bringing in Baldwin and
Yeah.
what's his name to play Sean Spicer. Every week was just Trump stuff.
yeah.
For the whole Trump administration.
And it
Not
wasn't even that fun. The Trump stuff could have been funnier, but the
Mhm.
Trump stuff was just the joke in and of itself.
correct.
Right.
Instead
See,
of
Alec Baldwin again.
Yeah.
Part of the problem,
Trump was too funny.
he was too funny in real life.
Yeah, in real life.
that
yeah.
it was hard to parody it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like the last couple of years of Veep. Veep wasn't as funny anymore. It was like, I feel like they're making fun of everything.
It's like The
just not
Onion.
as good anymore.
The Onion will
Yeah.
release a new article, and it's like, well, that's just
That's just actually what happened.
what's happening.
I know. It's sad how
Stupid.
it's sad how real life has become unintentionally funnier
Yeah.
than some of the comedy.
Real life is the Onion.
That's
Yeah.
why all you woke people have ruined comedy.
I will say this:
Thanks,
the
Nick.
the Weekend Update guys are funny when they make them read their jokes.
Oh, at the end of the end of the year thing,
They just did that before
That's not-
Christmas.
the
there.
joke swap.
Yeah, I haven't. You know what? I haven't seen anything from SNL from this season.
It
so
was
far.
really, it was funny.
You know
Was
the
it?
joke swap thing, right?
I know
Yeah.
about it. Yeah.
I need to watch the new one yet.
It's good. It's good.
They've got great chemistry.
They do. That's it. That's all SNL is now, though. Who do they even have hosting those shows? Like just random like TikTok people.
No,
now?
Adam Driver just did it.
Oh yeah, Adam Driver did it.
TikTok people.
I don't know. Like
I
Hey,
need to go
listen,
see that
that ain't
episode
that
because
crazy.
It was
That's
Adam
not crazy.
Driver and Olivia Rodrigo
Yeah,
doing the music.
nice.
All right, I'll tell you. Let me.
The
let me
last
go
one
to
I
the-
went out of the way to watch was when Chappelle, but I just wanted to see Chappelle.
Oh yeah,
All
that
right,
was a few years ago now.
The next host is someone called Jacob Eldery.
Perfect.
I don't know who that is.
Sounds like a
either.
TikTok guy to me, Josh.
Let's see. He's on Euphoria.
What's Euphoria?
Well, I know what the show is. It's a show on HBO. It's about
Oh,
it's about the youngs and how they do drugs and have sex
I think
all the time.
Zendaya
Oh,
was on
interesting.
that, wasn't she?
She is, yes, indeed. Other hosts this season, John, have been Kate McKinnon, Adam Driver, Emma Stone, Jason Momoa, Timothy Chalamet, Nate Bargatze, Bad Bunny, and Pete Davidson.
Bad.
So I
Bunny.
know-
well, a couple of those guys are literally recycled former cast members.
Yep.
Yeah, I know 6 of those 9.
Nice.
And then there was that moment, that month, where that Nate Bargatze guy was everywhere.
Who is
including
that?
SNL. He's a comedian.
He's a stand-up comedian.
Okay.
He came to Omaha, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't we have commercials for him on our station?
Yep.
Oh, and I bet it had all of the best bits from his comedy in the 60-second spot, so we got a good taste of
With
what
a
he
bunch
was
of
about.
crowd noise in the background so you couldn't actually hear any of them.
It's a celebration.
That Chappelle one was so bad.
so funny.
Worst
like-
commercial we've
If
ever
I
had.
would've-
birthday, Dave
if I
Chappelle.
would have heard that, I would have been, this guy's not funny.
It was so bad.
If I didn't know, if I was a person crawling in from under a rock going, I would like to go to a comedy show. I wonder what comedy's playing in town. And they happen to be listening to the Grum, and on came the Chappelle commercial. And he's like, damn, comedy is dead.
I guess when you're having to run Dave Chappelle ad, like if you're the people tasked with making the Dave Chappelle ads, you really don't have to try that much. It's just, hey, here's Dave Chappelle.
Well,
you shouldn't.
They probably had to try to find some they could put on the radio.
Probably.
Nick, it's not that hard to find
No,
some
it
of
really
his
isn't.
stand-up.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
But they
By the
went-
way, we're upsetting some of the SNL hive right now. Amazing
SNL
Daniel.
Hive?
There's a hive.
They're out.
Get
Yep,
out
here
of
we go. Amazing Daniel, classic. Whole segment on about how bad a show is that none of them watch or know who is on.
Well, that's the point.
That's
on
the
Twitter.
point.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
Yeah.
When I've
SNL puts out funny sketches every week, but the cool thing is to crap on it. Somehow they never watch it anymore, and the sketches
get
aren't
out
funny
of
anymore.
here.
Crowded
Wait a
out of
minute.
people.
SNL puts out, where's the good sketches?
Yes.
Let's get Stibbs in here too. Stibbs used to say this to us every time. It's still funny. It's still funny.
No, it's not.
Yeah, we're out on it.
Where are the good sketches? Show me the good sketches, and I'll be the judge on whether it's a good sketch.
All
or
right.
not.
I wish we could just fast forward right now, 10 years into the future. Right? I mean, to this day, we still talk about Matt Foley You know, the Matt Foley sketch. We still talk about some
down
of the
by
classics.
the river.
Nobody in 10 years is going to remember back. Hey, remember that sketch from Ezekiel Barthamain? I don't even know the people.
I'm trying to find a name.
Timothy Chalamet.
Timothy Chalamet.
I thought it was Chalamet.
Chalamet, and he was the host. He's not actually a cast member on the show.
But no one's going to remember.
Nick,
Oh,
you don't
man,
know who
what a
Timothy
classic
Chalamet is?
character they created.
Yeah,
no one's going to remember that.
Remember when Bowen Yang did that one thing? No, nobody knows who Bowen Yang is. He's on the show, though.
Bowen Yang is okay.
You know Bowen Yang?
I do know Bowen Yang.
What about Heidi Gardner?
Sounds familiar?
She's on there.
Oh,
Keenan's still on there, by the way.
Keenan's going to be there forever. Is Bobby Moynihan
He was on all that,
there?
and now he's been doing this. He's just been doing sketch shows for like 30 years
and
now.
Good Burger, too.
Amazing.
And Good Burger, too. By the way, a comment from Hot Danger writes, Bargatze is one of the best comedians out there. Y'all are old men shaking fists at the clouds. I have heard his comedy, and I think he is funny. So I will defend Nate Bargatze.
I wasn't necessarily crapping
I just
on him.
remember the time where he was on College Game Day. He was here in Omaha, and he hosted SNL. It was like all in 1 week.
Yeah.
I'm like, where'd this guy come from?
I wasn't. I hope I wasn't crap. I just hadn't heard of him. I wasn't sure.
I don't know what he does either.
I mean, he could be funny, too funny for SNL.
Trent texts, SNL sucks now. There you go.
You heard it here first from Trent. Trent's the all.
I love how this started.
Somebody send me your favorite SNL sketches. Honestly, like I want to see if it's
of the
funny.
last 5 years.
Of the last like 1 year.
And it has to be a sketch, not a pre-produced bit.
Yes, and not Weekend Update because I've already admitted that those guys are funny.
Yeah.
Weekend
no.
Great.
I have watched. Oh my god, I always mess up their names.
Michael Che
and Michael Che. I have watched that, and they are good together.
They're good.
Yes, they are good together. Absolutely.
Weekend Update's always a highlight of SNL. I feel like Weekend Update is consistently always good.
And see, that's the funny thing, because back in my day, it was there and it was good, but it wasn't the thing that people watched.
Who's your favorite Weekend Update host of all time?
Norm.
I really like Seth Meyers.
Absolutely. Norm was amazing.
Norm's, if you just go watch the Norm, the Weekend Updates about OJ, oh my gosh, they are so
what was the name of the guy? Colin Quinn. Do you guys remember Colin Quinn?
I remember Colin Quinn.
He was like, that was during a period. I don't think he was actually funny, but he's the first guy that I kind of think of when I think of Weekend Update, just because it was like in my time. So he was right before, I guess it would have been.
Was he before Miller or after Miller?
Tina Fey and
so he
was Poehler took over.
Yeah.
Or maybe Jimmy Fallon. He was right before Jimmy Fallon.
I forgot Jimmy Fallon did it.
Yes.
Whatever
That's
it was.
right. Jimmy Fallon did do it.
There are whole montages on YouTube of Norm's best stuff from Weekend Update, where he's just where he's going after fat people, or he's going after OJ, or he's just doing all this stuff. Norm was the best.
It's got to be Norm.
Yeah. Norm. I believe Chevy Chase said that he was the one person who did it as good as he did, like that he respected Norm the most, and how he handled Weekend Update.
Yeah. All right, so that's the challenge for today: is find us a funny sketch from the last 5 years of SNL. It has to be an actual sketch.
Give me the SNL Hive. Send me whatever you got.
Yeah.
By the way, John, this made me laugh. So that tweet that I read a few minutes ago from E, who is definitely Stibbs' burner, Jack Mitchell just liked the tweet about how SNL is funny. So tough look for Jack.
Jack Mitchell's in the SNL Hive.
What the hell?
Yeah,
he should be on my side. He grew up during the good times.
All right, I just got a tweet from Ian of a clip from, it looks like Nate Bargatze when he hosted. All right, so let's do it. I'll watch this after the show,
and you'll determine for the rest of us.
I will leave my review.
But remember, he is the guest. We're not talking about.
That's true. And it's just a one-off.
But this was a sketch, John. This is like an actual sketch
right.
From
the guest is usually in most of them.
They're in all of them.
But we use Matt.
He's
Foley.
the reason it's funny.
We use Matt Foley as the example. Christina Applegate was the host of the show, but she was just a side player. Right?
Yeah, but John, one of the funniest sketches of all time is "Need More Cowbell," and that line was delivered by the guest host.
That's true.
Have you seen the Adam Driver one where he's undercover boss on the Death Star?
Yes, but that's one of the recorded ones.
Oh.
That's one of the recorded. I'm just talking about the on-stage, live, in-studio sketch. You're right, Josh.
Specific.
You're right. Yeah, I can't disqualify Nate Benghazi over here.
We can't pick and choose. We take what we get. You know? Congratulations, Nate.
No, it can have the host. I'm not moving the goalposts. You can have the host. I'm just talking about a normal sketch.
Okay.
Like Church Lady.
This seems normal.
Church Lady was a sketch. It was Dana Carvey going off.
This seems normal.
The Californians, that wasn't pre-recorded, was it?
No, that was live.
Yeah. I like Fred Armisen a lot.
Californians.
What are you doing here?
Bill Hader is just breaking up the whole time.
Or when Rachel Dratch and Will Ferrell were in the hot tub.
The hot tub. Lover.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
So stupid, but so funny.
But so funny. I like there's this random one that I stumbled upon a few years ago where it's Alice in Wonderland, but it like gets really, really creepy and like Steve Buscemi is in it. It's like threatening to murder everybody. So funny. I watched it on some like random foreign website. It wasn't up anywhere else. Very good. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
Wasn't on Peacock?
Weirdo.
No, it wasn't at the time, Nick, but I mean now it probably is.
Well, for all of you in the SNL hive who are and also, I don't know how big the Venn diagram is, but for those of you who are in the hive, but also bitched about the fact that Nebraska played a game on the Peacock, if you kept your Peacock, you can watch all the SNLs on Peacock.
All of them. They're all there.
There you go.
Even the unfunny ones.
Even the unfunny ones from the last 8 years.
I believe they're all labeled, too. They're in 2 categories, funny and unfunny.
Yeah, that's what they should do. They should just tier them out over the years. It's like if you're in your 40s, you'll really like these. If you're in your 20s, you'll really like these.
If you like humor,
that's
you'll like
actually not
these.
a bad idea. That's a really good idea.
It's just an idea for Peacock.
All right.
Okay.
There you go. There's a crossover.
Yeah. Woo.
Happy New Year!
Yeah.
Happy New Year!
Talking about SNL.
Let's get this started right.
Let's do it.
Nice.
Yeah. Put it in there. Maybe it gets selected. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows?
There you go.
But it's in there.
I don't want to.
I usually put the very first one.
I don't want to sidetrack too much, but after I did some of the rundowns, I was a little disappointed.
We left a little out there.
I think we left a lot.
Wow.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but that's okay. I mean, I'm Manfred Mann. You're Bruce Springsteen.
I like the tradition at the end of the Happy New Year crossovers where we make some sort of prediction. Or we at least say, okay, here's the date. Here's what's happening. It's January 3rd.
2024.
2024. The Epstein list is going to come out.
Ooh.
Any predictions
and
on
both
that?
Aaron Rodgers and Jimmy Kimmel are going to jail.
We still don't know who's on that.
The Jets are going to be done in by Epstein. And ABC Late Night's just going to go back to Hogan's Heroes reruns. It'll actually be an improvement for them.
Wow. Yeah. Those are all right, just so we know.
All
January 3rd. There we are.
That way you'll know the next time we say Happy New Year and Josh isn't with us on the crossover, we found out he was on the
Okay.
Oh, John.
All right, I'm going to sue you now, John. I'm taking you to court.
All right, we're coming back in a minute on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job, Connor.
No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No.
It could have been.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy and seasonally chilly here for your Wednesday afternoon, with the high today in Omaha of 34, north winds staying light between 5 to 10 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy to partly cloudy skies overnight and cold, a low of 21 with winds remaining light out of the north. Decent viewing conditions for a meteor shower here overnight, peaking tomorrow morning pre-dawn. Staying mostly cloudy Thursday, seasonally cool with the high tomorrow in Omaha of 35. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Most folks don't realize this fact. Our country is only 4 missed meals away from chaos, and those meals can vanish fast. In a national emergency, fragile supply chains break down and will wipe grocery store shelves clean in a matter of hours. Before this happens, there's something you should do today. That's stock up on emergency food storage. My Patriot Supply is the company millions of American families trust for their emergency supplies. You should too. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each kit contains delicious breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and other survival necessities. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship the same day, fast. Go to mypatriotsupply.com right now. Those who know what's coming prepare before the chaos starts. MyPatriotSupply.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Greg and Lincoln points out that Jack is also a huge one shining moment defender. Listen, that's a good thing.
Gross.
It's just this SNL hive thing is very confusing.
God, you just reminded me that we're 3 months away from one shining moment.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hello and welcome to a Dumb Debates Wednesday on the Grum. We are all together again from a certain point of view. As I'm in studio, Nick's in studio, and
Josh is no longer with us.
Josh is
in studio.
Not in studio with us, but he is at Sokol Arena.
What? I forgot about that. Did you see that, John?
No.
What the hell?
So there's this update from iOS where if you do things, it can result in that happening. And I haven't turned it off because I rarely. I'm trying to remember. There's one. I think it's this.
Nope.
There it is.
Oh my God!
What in God's green earth?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
So Crapple just randomly updates things, and you're at the mercy of them until you shut it off.
I can turn it off. I think it's fun,
but you don't know how because
I could Google it. It's fun. Look at that balloon.
That is stupid.
This is gonna happen.
It's like Nebraska just scored a touchdown.
This is gonna happen so much.
What happens if you use just your middle finger?
I don't want to do that because this is on YouTube, John, and people are watching with children in their homes and other things of that nature. You can flip off the camera. I'm not.
You just wow. You say you Apple people, and I do mean you Apple people.
We're awesome. We're very handsome.
Aren't a cult.
What do you mean? How does this have anything to do with being a cult?
Because you just randomly accept this and you're not annoyed by it and say, hey, don't give me this crap I don't want, you losers.
I think it's funny. It makes me laugh. It's a teehee. If I want to, give you the balloons, John, then I see it doesn't even do it all the time.
Oh, well, what a great piece of machinery that is.
No big deal. No big deal.
All right. Well, welcome to the Grum, everybody.
Hello.
It is, like we said, it is a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
First one.
And it is time. Now, here's the thing I've got to get used to now. So, we're working with some new graphics and stuff. So I put up the Grum down. Now we've got like massive amounts of clutter.
There we go. We fixed it.
See,
look at that.
Here's
That's
a little peek behind the curtain, friends who watch us on 1620thezone.com.
I like this new graphic, by
I
the
like
way,
it a
John.
lot.
Or
looks good.
Clean.
Well, I didn't really change much.
I know, but I like it. It looks good.
Anyway,
Peek behind the curtain.
Peek behind the curtain. We don't have a television producer. We're all kind of our own television producer. Like if we remember to put up a graphic, or if we remember to do this or remember to do that, it's all on us. We don't have
correct.
We don't have, Arnie Harris back in the truck. Hey, Arnie, why don't you show me another picture of Marla Collins? Holy cow. She looks fantastic.
That exact reference. Everybody gets it.
All the time.
But yeah, we don't have a producer in the truck that's calling all
it's
the
just
shots.
us.
It's just
It's
us.
us.
We went to radio school.
We went to radio school. Well, technically, Josh and I did take some TV courses.
Oh.
Yes, we did. That's true. Thank you for reminding me.
Well, that's on you
the
guys.
Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard presenting the Grum Down.
Yeah.
The Jays opened their new year after halftime.
Yeah, they just wanted to throw away the first half last night.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7, long time no see. We are going to submit items 4 and then dig a hole and bury
the
Dylan Raiola capsule.
Oh, boy.
Dominic Raiola, Nebraska. Dominic Raiola, number 54.
We're going to bury these items. We are going to make bold statements, predictions. We're going to bury it in this capsule, and we're going to leave it in the ground for 3 years and then dig it back up if we're all still here.
Oh.
And review. But what are we looking for out of the next? I just picked 3 years.
Okay.
I just picked 3 years. Maybe that's a hint as to which way I might be going with one of my submissions for the Raiola capsule. But if you have yours, you can submit them. I'm sorry, it's Raiola.
Okay.
I heard Big Dom say it.
Dominic Raiola.
There you go. Mitch Holtis, the mad on Twitter voice of the Chiefs.
Oh boy. Those tweets. Oh boy, he's fiery.
Who you rooting for? Josh already lamenting the end of college basketball season by already counting down the days to one shining moment. No, this is not a college basketball who you rooting for. This is who you rooting for, UW or the Cheat Marines.
We know who Nick will be rooting for.
Do we?
I think so.
Okay.
All right. We've got our NFL Power 5 Group of 5 rankings, our Fired Up for Football. And
Fired Up for Football. What a weekend of college and pro football it'll be, John.
We have made a plea to our local CBS affiliates to do the right thing.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if it'll happen. It's not
well,
looking
we'll
good.
see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
It is dumb debates, so send us your dumb debates.
Yep.
Why are Kimmel and A-Raj at each other's throats? And we debut our new not bet of the day segment.
It's dead.
Is it prediction of the night?
No. It's what's for dinner.
What's for dinner? By the way, John, as you said, we'll get fired up for football a little bit later. We'll look ahead to the games this weekend. What is up with your Rams? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Carson Wentz, huge loser. It's going to start for the Rams this weekend.
Huge loser. The guy's got a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, while being injured. Oh my!
But he got him. He got him like 3/4 of the way there.
Yeah, if he would have started, they would have choked. We all know it. And he's starting this weekend. You're playing for the 6th seed. What are you doing? What kind of monstrosity is this?
We're in the
Rams?
playoffs, baby. You know why? We don't sweat kneecap biters or people who pay off refs. We don't sweat them. Whoever we
Seems
get,
like you're sweating
whichever
the
team
kneecap
in
biters
silver
right
and
now.
blue that we get, we're gonna whoop them.
This is
but
incredible.
we gotta make sure that Matthew Stafford stays healthy.
Incredible.
And
Incredible.
and who knows? We might have a playbook of plays for Mr. Wentz.
That's usually what is in a playbook.
This is worse than Florida State sitting out half their roster in the bowl game that they played in. This is horrible. This is a monstrosity.
It's not a monstrosity. We're in the playoffs. It's a great place to be.
Yeah, you're not locked into your seeding. I think
That
you should
doesn't
play
matter.
to win. I think you should play to win.
We are playing to win. We're just going to do it with Carson Wentz.
Yeah, then you're playing to lose.
402-951-1620. You want to hit us up on the voice or text line, brought to you still by 42 Degrees The Source, by your mom's house.
By your mom's house.
The JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. If you want to submit an item for the Dylan Raiola capsule, then do so on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed or on the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. We're looking for your predictions for what you think the next 3 years are going to look like with Dylan individually for the team.
Yes.
And we're going to bury this sucker in the ground, and 3 years later, we're going to pull it out, and we're probably going to laugh and laugh and laugh and say, wow, we were really wrong.
Are we burying this under Dodge, or where are we going to? Don't really have
they're always working on Dodge. So, yeah, whenever they open up
just
another.
Put it in the ceiling. They'll probably be open that thing in 3 years.
That's true. Yeah. We'll find it. We'll find an appropriate place.
Perfect.
Just as long as we, put the GPS tracker on it so we know where to dig.
Good call.
That's
a good idea.
To bring it out.
Make a pirate map.
So there you go. It's the Grum, sponsored by Union Bank and Trust.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15s. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit, hims.com/radio.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
The 1620, The Zone.
So last night, the Blue Jays started off the new year with a win at Georgetown, but it really took a half to really get going. It was weird because at halftime, and I mentioned this on the broadcast last night, said the math sometimes never works out. Creighton's out shooting a team by 16%. They're out rebounding them almost 2-1. And yet they're only up 4 on the scoreboard. And, of course, it was the turnovers. Turnovers.
Which in the game before that, it was not only the turnovers, but it was also the offensive rebounds.
Well, it was the game before that and the game before that, because back-to-back games, 34 turnovers in the last 2 games. And so when you have 11 turnovers against a team in Georgetown that is not a team that heats you up, they're not a team that gets a lot of steals, they don't have a high turnover rate defensively. A lot of it was just a lot of silly, unforced errors. I said last night, it was almost like there were times where Creighton was looking to thread a needle that wasn't there. You know, it's just like making just some silly either decisions, either dribbling into empty spaces or bad spaces or making bad passes. But then in the second half, it clicked. And, you know, they ended up scoring 49 points and did so really without hitting threes. They only hit 8 threes last night in 25 attempts, so they were below their average. But, you know, it's amazing what happens when you're not giving away free possessions.
Yep.
So I guess it depends on where you are. And, of course, fans are always going to be fans. You know, the optimistic ones will always trend into, well, everything seems fixed now. And the pessimistic ones will say, yeah, but. And I'm not really sure right now where it stands, because I would like to think that what we saw in the second half last night was certainly an example of what they can be and what they have been this season, especially before the last 2-3 weeks. But we hadn't seen much of it. Heck, even against Villanova, we're winning for most of that game. It was a grind. And so you hope that, you know, maybe they're showing at least a little bit of a sign, but then they come back. They'll come back this weekend and play a Providence team that
ranked Providence team.
Is ranked and really good, and, you know, really doing a lot of the things that the traditional Ed Cooley teams have done to them.
John, not to pull a you, but I wonder how much of this is that they're in the middle of the two options that you presented. And I know I said before we went to break for a couple of weeks that I just don't like the cut of their jib this season versus the past, you know, couple. And that was after the loss to Villanova in overtime. But I just wonder if the answer, and I say this sadly for someone like you who's going to be there and all the Creighton fans, if this is what they are. They're a team that's 2-3 in their last 5 basketball games, that they've been very up and down. And like, you watch them sometimes and you're like, their ceiling seems to be very, very high, but then they'll have a game where you say, ooh, their floor is very, very low. I think the thing that I like the most about them at this moment in time has been the consistency from Baylor Shireman. You know, he's scoring in double digits in every single game he has played in this year. Every other player seemingly has kind of had their warts this season. Mm-hmm. And I thought what he did last night with the 18, shot greater than 50% from the floor. You know, Alexander obviously had a really nice game for him. And I know that when, you know, after the game, as I'm reading some of the commentary on it, that was some of the, look at what he can be. But even he has been a very inconsistent player at times this year, where his shooting percentage, especially in some of these losses, has been, even in some of the wins, has been pretty low. So I'm starting to wonder if that's just who they are, that they're going to get some nice wins, but they're also going to turn around. They're going to lose some tough ones. The best part about last night, I think, if you're a Creighton fan, is they played like crap in the first half, and they're able to win a game very comfortably in the second half versus a Georgetown team that's obviously in year one under a new coaching staff. So I think that's kind of where I would start with that one.
Yeah, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And again, this goes back to whether or not you're an optimist or a pessimist. The pessimist is going to look at the raw record and the fact that Creighton has not looked as aesthetically as we have been used to seeing Creighton teams look, especially with this core group of guys. The optimist will say, well, okay, you were out-rebounded by, on the offensive glass by 16 or something like that, and you turn the ball over 18 times at a top 10 Marquette team, and you only lost by 5. And then with Villanova, I mean, you can always kind of explain a little bit away of Villanova by saying, well, it's Villanova. They have a certain matchup that does not lend well to their style, and that is they've got a 5-man who can pop outside and shoot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it really, I think, just like you said, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. When this team is playing well, and again, I think it really does boil down to the turnovers and the effort on the offensive glass. Because you go back to the Marquette game, the initial stop, the initial wave, the initial defense was really good for most of the game, if not the entire game, for the most part, against Marquette. But when you're giving up a second possession, sometimes a third possession in the same sequence because of offensive rebounds, it's hard to reset and get back open, because eventually a good team like a Marquette is going to make a shot. If you give them 3 opportunities, chances are they're going to get 1 in 3. You give them 2 opportunities, probably more than 50% of the time, they're going to hit at least one of those 2, and that's all that matters. So they're scoring while you're not. And I think, to me, it's going to boil down to, can the Jays work offensively under duress without giving up possessions? If you can end a possession with a shot, if you can end make or miss, if you can end a possession with a shot, that's a win. Because over time, you're going to end up better off because of the shooters you have on this team.
Isn't that kind of like going back to a few years ago, before it really became the 3 true outcomes? You started getting very annoyed at the number of strikeouts because it just doesn't even give the defense a chance to fail. Yes, exactly. And so the same thing is, if you have a possession and you don't even get a chance to shoot it, I mean, there's a 0% chance that you're going to score. It's pretty obvious in that scenario.
So this weekend against Providence, and we'll have coverage right here on The Zone. It's a 1:00 tip from CHI Health Center. And I believe we'll do this tomorrow, because we just found out about it before the Grum today. We do have either 2-pair or 1 4-pack, depending on how we do this. Maybe we'll do 2-pair.
Okay.
Of tickets to Saturday's game.
Nice.
Against the Friars, top 25 rated Providence. So we'll do that tomorrow here on the Grum. But coming up next, Mike Schaefer is going to join us from Husker 24/7. I know it's been a long time since you've heard from him, so we'll get his thoughts, and we'll see if he wants to bury something in our Raiola capsule.
Perfect. Raiola.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Lanahaw Nurseries has been your dependable full-service source for locally grown trees, plants, and landscape materials. Rooted in tradition, our products and services are consistently ranked best of Omaha in quality and value. From design to install, our experts are here to help bring your landscape vision to life. Start your next project this weekend. Visit us at 192nd and Center. Lanahaw Nurseries, your homegrown headquarters since 1974.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
We are down to the final week of the NFL regular season, but that doesn't mean the action stops. No, my friends, right now, FanDuel still offering a great $150 in bonus bets when you place a $5 winning money line bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And there's some great new things on FanDuel for 2024, live same-game parlays, the new Explore tab, and the Parlay Hub, which puts together a bunch of very popular parlays on FanDuel.
John, it's the first week of 2024, and there are some big-time matchups in Week 18, of course, ahead of the playoffs. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620 today, and new customers can get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when they place a $5 bet. Again, $150 in bonus bets, win or lose at FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
Never feel remotely anything other than just this is awesome with a playoff.
Mike Schaefer.
Last week, I was accused of sounding like I had done a line of illegal drug.
Mike Schaefer.
All right, let's bring in a casually and sometimes neutral observer. So, Schaefer, I'm getting bombarded now, due in some part to my esteemed co-host who can't even bother to be here in person when I return from Washington, D.C. and then members of the Wentz Hive. Should I be happy, sad, disappointed, frustrated, worried that Carson Wentz is going to be my starting quarterback on Sunday because the Rams, again, don't have to win on Sunday, but because it's Carson Wentz and for some reason he has this very polarizing way about him, what should I be feeling right now? What is your neutral opinion?
I mean, in general, indifference. It's not like he's going to be starting a playoff game, right? Like,
thank you.
Why would you remotely care who starts week 18 for you?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
you
know.
want him to you want to be the 6th seed, right? Doesn't John want the Lions to play the Rams? How fun would that be for the storyline?
Would they move down if they lose? Like, would someone jump them?
If they lose and the Packers win, the Packers would be the 6th.
Yes.
They have the so is this just like you don't want to play the Rams? Is that basically what this comes down to?
Maybe.
He's afraid. He's
I mean,
not afraid.
You're scared.
I would rather play,
You're scared that Stan
Jordan
Kroenke. You're scared that Stan Kroenke, who's a truly rich man, will buy his own referees this time, and you'll be on the wrong end of the stick.
Look, Shafe, I think Dallas losing in the first round to the Packers or the Rams or anybody for that matter is a truly horrifying experience that I would rather not think about. But John showing up all giddy to work the day after that game and a victory over a superior team this year in the Dallas Cowboys, who beat the Rams previously by like 30.
Without Kyron Williams.
Would infuriate me, and that'd be a horrible time. I mean, also losing to the Packers would be a bad time, too. So I wouldn't like it from either perspective. I would rather face Jordan Love than Matt Stafford, though. And I would rather face...
Just, like, go into it thinking... Shouldn't you just assume that your team is going to win? You're the 2 seed.
Yeah, I know. You can still care about matchups, right? Like, can I still care about matchups?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't go so far to be that worried that Carson Wentz is starting a game against another team that doesn't want to win. Also, in a nobody really cares bowl.
They're starting Sam Darnold, for the record, for those who don't know.
Yeah, like I feel like you shouldn't have any concern. John shouldn't have any concern.
No concern.
And I would be surprised if the Rams played the Cowboys in the first round of the playoffs. So I wouldn't be disappointed.
Watcher, Rams-Lions it's just someone who is a neutral observer. That game sounds awesome. I would really like to watch that playoff game too. So
yeah, I mean, look, if there's a team that could put up 700 yards passing against the Lions, I think it could be the Rams.
But we won't
going to be able to do it.
Kyron Williams, who will put up $130. So.
Yeah, that's true. He does cut into the overall rushing, but no, I think it's a bad matchup for the Rams, or not the Rams. Excuse me, the Lions. So I'm obviously on board with it.
The Vikings do have, I believe I saw today, it was a 9% chance if they win.
Yeah, they just need everyone to lose and they need to win. That's basically how,
there you go.
So how are you? Because you and Josh are watching games together this weekend, allegedly. How are you going? How are you entering this weekend as a Viking fan?
I mean, the season ended on Sunday night. For all intents and purposes, I don't anticipate the Vikings. I mean, maybe they end up winning because the Lions have less reason to play. Though I very much look forward to Dan Campbell playing his starters. And as someone who's seen multiple starting players on his team get hurt this year, I don't even feel bad saying this. Wouldn't mind seeing Dan Campbell pay for stupid coaching decisions like he had on Saturday night. So, I mean, I'm okay with that. So run Jared Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs and all of those guys out there. This makes a lot of sense. Do it. But no, I don't really care about this game. I don't see any way that the Vikings make the playoffs. If they did make the playoffs at this point, it would just be almost annoying with how they have finished this season. And my just general disdain for all things Kevin O'Connell is doing right now. So I'd rather just get to the end of the year so I can just reassess where everything is at. That's basically where I'm at.
Are you now totally out on O'Connell? Like moving forward? Like
I'm out on him as the offensive coordinator. Like I would love to see him throw a press conference together where he fires himself as an offensive coordinator and then answers questions only as the offensive coordinator that has been fired. And then comes back as a head coach and talks about what they need to go find. Yeah. I would love that. Like that would bring me all the way back in. But until he gives control of the offense to somebody else, I have a lot of questions because he can really only call games if Kirk Cousins is his quarterback. He has no other version of an offense that he can run. Like it felt like he got exposed really bad this year. And obviously it's difficult when you have backup quarterbacks, right? Like that's not an easy thing to do. And yet you look around the league and it's like, I'm pretty sure the Colts had a different set of plays for Anthony Richardson than they're running with Gardner Minshew. I'm pretty sure that it's not the same playbook that Zach Taylor has for Jake Browning as it was for Joe. Like teams have to adapt. Like that's just one of the things that you have to do as a coach. And by completely de-emphasizing a running game, having no screen game, pretending like TJ Hawkinson didn't get hurt and having your number one option be Johnny Munt on plays. Like I don't get it. I don't know what he's doing. And I'm fine with him as a head coach in the sense of like, the culture and the speeches and all of that. It's the offensive coordinating piece, which I think is really tough. I think it's tough to be a head coach and call plays on either side of the ball. Like I think it's as soon as it goes poorly, it's really hard to get from that spot back to where you were.
I apologize if this is covering ground that you guys may have covered yesterday because it was the day after the playoff games. But so I'll try to ask this in a way that maybe works a little bit better, but as an observer of football and a fan of a team who may need a quarterback next year, how did you watch Michael Penix on Monday night?
I'm in with my mouth half agape, I guess. Like the throws that he was making were incredible. I don't know that I'm not necessarily at the point where if he was available wherever Minnesota picks, it's a slam dunk. Like that's who I want. But I definitely have come a long ways from just thinking like, yeah, he's a guy. You know, I wasn't even earlier this year whenever I watched him, like I wasn't just like, oh man. And then I would say the first Oregon game was pretty eye-opening. That second Oregon game, though, some of those throws, I was like, dang. And then this last one, obviously, he just put on a clinic. And I mean, the guy can definitely spin the football. I just don't. I'm in this weird spot where, like, I don't like anybody. They all are so inherently flawed. The Vikings have screwed it up so many times. I just like. I'm weirdly would rather just continue to drive the Kirk Cousins mobile, shirtless and all, you know, until we just completely go off a cliff. Like I'm like so. I'm sure other fans get this at times too, but I'm like so worried about door number 2. I'd rather just keep going through the same door, even if I know that it makes me unhappy half the time.
Shape, we never got a chance to really talk about this yesterday, though we did ask, I think, Brunson Sip about it, and that is the conference gaining Washington as well as Oregon, and then obviously USC and UCLA. What are you expecting from those 4 teams, you know, in the near term? And I wonder how much this season has changed how you view those 4, because obviously a year ago, I think we would have been having a much different conversation about USC. And I would say that Washington has been that same thing, but from a positive perspective, given what they're going to bring into the conference.
Yeah, I definitely would say that my view on USC has largely been the similar with UCLA, but more USC. I felt like it was going to be a tough transition for them based on the way that they play up front. You know, I think they're really going to struggle with the physicality of this league. And I know if Jack Mitchell is listening, he hates when anyone says that, but the way they're built and the way that they have recruited for years, like it's not just going to be able to flip overnight. Washington and Oregon were always built a little bit differently than other Pac-12 teams. And so I think because of that, it's easier for me to have seen the transition. Oregon, especially, to be honest, I have thought since Oregon and Washington were included, I have thought that Oregon could step in and immediately become like the primary challenger to the Michigan State, Ohio State thing. Like they might be on a level past Penn State at this point. So Oregon was the one that I think I have really kind of always regarded as sort of is the real boogeyman of the 4. USC is a potential, you know, great program, but is more of a paper tiger. And Washington, I you know, going back to when they were being included, I wasn't particularly excited about the Oregon and Washington editions. And now it seems like Washington might have the most promising young coach in the country. So, you know, all of that to say, I don't have a lot of thoughts on UCLA, and they have Chip Kelly. Like it's the biggest thing to me here is the coaching in this conference is just going to be fantastic yet again. I think it is the best conference for coaching in all of college football. And I think that only gets enhanced when you add these 4 guys.
Isn't it crazy? And we all know why it happened how it did, because it wasn't based at all on how the teams were in the moment or in recent times. It's all based on the market and the tradition. And that's why USC and UCLA got in. And Oregon and Washington, I mean, think about it. If the last 2 months go a little bit differently, there's still a Pac-12, and those schools are still in it, and they're not coming to the conference. Yet Oregon and Washington, to me, represent more excitement because I think they are built better for the transition than SC and UCLA are. UCLA obviously has issues right now. They're not even sure which way they're going to go at this point. But the fact that it's almost like the I'm trying to think of a commensurate trade, but you know, you get this big trade in baseball or something where it's, you know, a big name and a big name comes in, and then this other guy gets thrown in as an extra. And the best example I can come up with, Ryan Sandberg was kind of a throw-in guy when he got traded from the Phillies. Well, who ended up being the best player? Ryan Sandberg. It almost feels like that, where this trade came in and the Big Ten's actually getting SC and UCLA, but it's those other guys that are going to end up being the stars and the ones that make the biggest impact in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and the thing that's really interesting is, if you include Oregon and Washington in that upper tier and USC on like the fringe of it and UCLA more towards the middle, the conference just looks so much different when you're talking about adding these 4 teams. I mean, we're coming off of a year where I think it was really hard to tell who the 4th best team in the Big Ten was at any point in time. I mean, because you have Iowa, who couldn't score on anybody that had a number in front of them in the year of 2023. You have Maryland, who is up and down. You have programs like Wisconsin that had a down year. Like there wasn't like the normal 4th team, and you can make a case that there's 2 for sure in Oregon and Washington that should come in and will be right there. And then USC you expect to, and then UCLA in any given year could be really interesting. So just the overall depth of the conference just really got a boost in the arm, and it will make it really kind of fascinating what that gauntlet looks like when you're having to go through it. When you're jumping from an Oregon game to then playing against Madison to then finishing up against Iowa, like that's a really tough 3-game stretch. Like it just feels like there's not as much filler as we've seen in other previous, conference realignment things.
Shafe, the second signing day is about a month away now from taking place. How many players do you think Nebraska adds to their roster by the time we get to that day?
I mean, are we counting guys that are just going to enroll here in a couple weeks?
Like that
like the transfer portal guys they can just enroll, right? Like, so they're not waiting
I'm talking
about
like new additions that we don't know of at this moment in time.
Okay. And I didn't clarify that really well. Like guys like Jamal Banks and Dante Dowdell, if they just enroll at Nebraska, does that count?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I would say 3, 4, maybe. I mean, I'm not looking for them to take anybody in high school. So it's all just transfer portal guys. And they've got at least 3 coming in this weekend, a couple wide receivers, a running back. There might be more out there. We're trying to confirm some stuff. I just don't look for a lot of activity with that second signing period. I think they have moved on high school wise to 2025. And so you're going to have a lot of focus there. There's no new names that can go into the portal. So they're going to try to get a few guys in before they start classes. But then after that, I don't really look for a lot of additions here. And I don't know that they even have room really. So the fascinating part is how the scholarship numbers are going to come together, and we'll never really actually know what's what as it's related to that. But it is, they're going to take, what do they sign? 29, I think 29 signatures in the first period. So they took 33, they take 4 more than last year. I think they have 41 like that, 84 newcomers since Matt Rule has been here. But these numbers are staggering. And obviously not everyone is still around, but still, like that's wild. Like it has been a total flip, and it's happened in, I don't know, 13, 14 months, basically.
Yeah, we're basically 13 months into the Matt Rule experience.
Yeah, it's like hard to fathom, like those numbers when you actually like line them up and do the math.
Shafe, this championship game on Monday night, should it be celebrated, or should it be celebrated as a one-time victory for the so-called, we'll call them the non-elite recruiters, though Michigan recruits fairly well, but these are teams, especially Washington, that are not top 10 typically? Or is this a changing of the paradigm when it comes to the super recruiters and their viability in the championship run?
Let's see how things kind of go these next couple of years. Josh and I had this conversation yesterday. I feel pretty strongly that a lot of this has to do with the COVID stuff that has popped up the last few years. You have your super seniors. Washington, I think, has 9 of those guys, some very marquee players like Michael Penix. Michigan has several of them as well. They're both veteran teams that were built to kind of runs like this. They both have veteran quarterbacks that were built for runs like this. So they're just sort of perfectly assembled. And they kind of both feel like throwback teams to you would go back maybe 10, 15 years where you would get one of these programs that sort of has it all lines up for that one shining season. Like that's sort of what this feels like. I don't know that it's a start to any kind of dynasty for either of them or college football in general. And so I would be really hesitant to say that this is any sort of new era until we see multiple years of this. Now, with the 12-team playoff coming, you're going to get more teams that have opportunities, and you can get more interesting matchups. And I think that's going to lead to more parity spreading down throughout the sport. So we might be headed to that direction. But I think this very specifically is a product of the COVID era recruiting and the transfer portal and that COVID year from 2020.
Do you think you're going to go with Washington? I know you mentioned that yesterday that you think you'll be picking them.
I think I'll go with Washington. I mean, I basically had kind of rode them against Oregon, in that championship game, and then rode them again against Texas. And I don't see why I wouldn't against Michigan. I think they're pretty evenly matched teams. I am very interested how Michigan does against a team like this. They haven't, you look at Michigan's schedule, it's not like they faced a lot of great offenses. It's not like they've been against any real fantastic quarterback. This is by far the best team that they have played. And you could reverse this and say Washington is more prepared for this moment because they faced Oregon twice, because they faced Texas. I just think if you look at who they played, Ohio State and Alabama, yes, they're the bigger two-name teams. I think you can make an argument Oregon is better than both of those rosters and both of those teams. And so I know that Washington's the underdog, and the perception is that they're the underdog, and they're the soft Pac-12 team playing the rugged Big Ten team. But I would be a little surprised if they don't come out and give Michigan a lot to handle in this game. And so right now I'm assuming I'm going Washington, but I don't know that there will be much that will change that, barring any kind of late injury news.
So, Shafe, we have assembled a Dylan Raiola capsule where we are going to be making some bold statements / predictions over the next 3 years, things that we think we will see in the next 3 years in the Dylan Raiola era at Nebraska. Is there anything that comes to the fore of your mind that you would like to put inside of our capsule? And we're going to open it 3 years from now and see if we were right.
All right. I've got one for you.
All right.
Okay.
Dylan Raiola will attend a college football award ceremony at some point in his career. So as a potential award recipient, just to clarify that he's not just like hanging out because his uncle's coaching the Outland Trophy winner or something. Like he's up for the award is what I'm saying.
I like that. That's a good one, Shafe.
Yeah. Now, see, the critical thing there is that by just saying an award and I don't have him attached to any specific team, even if he were to leave, it could still be true somewhere else.
Ooh, that's true. That's true.
You got to maintain flexibility when you do these things.
That's a good point. So I'm going to put this down in my Raiola capsule that Dylan will attend a college football awards ceremony as a nominee. Can we say that?
Yeah.
At some point in the next 3 years, between now and January 3rd, 2027. I like that.
I like that one. That's a good one, Shay.
That is a good one.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, outside the box or inside the capsule, however you want it to be.
Outside the capsule. Okay. Mike Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen.
What a guy.
What a guy.
Josh, you're very nicely dressed. I just want to say that.
Oh, thank you. I'm doing the Creighton UConn game tonight.
No, I'm familiar.
Yeah.
I heard all about it yesterday.
Yeah, we did mention it a few times yesterday.
I just wanted to say that you were nicely dressed for the listeners that can't see you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, someone asked that the last time I was here. Why do broadcasters get dressed up when they're not going to be on TV?
I'm wearing a Zone hoodie. I'm supporting the brand. You're wearing a 24/7 hoodie. You're supporting the brand. I mean,
I'm wearing a tie. I'm not supporting any brand.
Yeah,
the brand of me. Thank you, Shave. That's very kind of you.
My brand.
Shave, have a great rest of your weekend or week, and try to have a nice weekend. I know you're going to spend some of it with Josh, and that's not.
Oh, we're going to have a great time. Shave.
I'm looking forward.
It'll
be good. Now, now that mentally I have quit on the season. We'll see what it's like if Minnesota happens to be leading and everything's going right. If I'll still maintain my quitting on the season, but it'll be good. I'm just looking forward to
because
some
all
solid
those games
football.
are happening at the same time, right, Shafe? Every game that you need to watch is happening in the noon window. You need
I
the
don't
Bears
know.
to win.
As
You need
we've
the Bucs to
discussed.
lose.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
As we've discussed, I have not actually looked at the schedule because I was confused by when you were telling me that there was Saturday NFL action.
Yeah, Shafe texted me earlier and he mentioned something about hanging out Saturday, and I said, "Oh, I'll be watching football." And he goes, "There's Saturday games?"
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yes, sir.
Monday I took pretty hard. I basically just I left it on, but there was not even the anger, the ranting, any of it. It was just defeat. And then I didn't even look at the schedule.
Yeah, it was very disappointing because it was the only game I had a chance to actually watch because we were in
it was over in 12 seconds.
Washington, and
bummer.
Yeah, by the time we got back to the hotel and we're sitting down on the bar, it's like, well, this sucks.
Hey, at least you got to watch that great game on Saturday night, John. That's nice.
Screw job is what that was, Josh. A screw job.
Bishop, did you hear my take from yesterday?
Yeah, I did. And it's, you know what? I don't hate it outright because I was thinking in the moment, man, there might be enough time. And with this kicker that the Cowboys have. Now, of course, what would have happened was they would have gotten within field goal range and then he would have missed his first one.
No, that's going to happen in the playoffs.
No, that's true. That's going to. So I didn't.
Let's not make him Gary Anderson. We don't need to wish that on him.
Dude, I'm so worried.
Yeah,
they keep showing it. The best kickers in the regular season ever. It's Mike Vanderjack, and then it's Gary Anderson in 1998. And I know how that story ends.
It's been way too long since we had a Gary Anderson moment. I look forward to Joe Buck saying,
I don't think we need a Gary Anderson
all
moment.
Season. And then
I don't think we need a Scott Norwood moment. I don't think we need a Blair Walsh moment.
You
should be celebrating kickers.
Thank you, Shay. That's very nice of you.
Well, as a
team
team,
Brett Maher now.
As a team that doesn't have a damn kicker, I'm not celebrating kickers.
John,
right
you better hope the Rams just go for 2 in the playoffs because he's definitely going to be missing those extra points.
God.
Yeah, if anything, you should be thrilled that Tyrod Taylor's complete and utter inability to get that ball to Saquon Barkley allowed you to play Carson Wentz this week.
Hey, listen. That was probably of all the games this year, I was glad not to see it, even though it did end up right on the right side.
Yeah. Oh, wow. See, it's funny. I didn't know that until right now. The whole time that it showed up on Red Zone, I was thinking, man, John has to just be so mad at this stupid game.
No, I was following on live stats.
Oh, that has to be even worse.
I was following on live stats, and I was.
You have no idea that your team just gave up a punt return to some guy named Gunner.
Trust me.
Polish
the
Gunner.
look on my face as I'm sitting on the plane as we're getting ready to taxi. And that was the other thing, too. We were it was nut cutting time because the plane was just about ready to leave.
And all your devices need to be shut off.
And all the devices would have been shut off. And I'm looking down going, okay, so the Rams, all right, can they get a first down, run out the clock? Nope, not getting it. Okay. And then I put the phone away for a little bit because I hate doing the whole refresh. So I was just like, all right, I'm putting them down for 2 minutes. Let it breathe a little bit. Pick it back up, turn it on, and I see that the score has changed. And I'm like, what the F happened? Did Stafford get sacked, fumbled? What? Oh, damn it. Special teams. God.
Classic.
But we won.
You won.
And now we have Josh running scared, and that's all I wanted.
Yeah, you guys both have 1-point victories that were largely the same.
Well, that's true, though we didn't have to pay off the officials.
We don't know what the calls were throughout that game.
Yeah, thank you, Shafe. I appreciate your
Stop defending him, Shafe. You know, I try to support your Vikings when it suits my needs.
You started the show complaining about having to start a backup quarterback in a meaningless game. To a guy who's watched 4 different starting quarterbacks this year, has watched a 3-0 win, has experienced Nick Mullins, Jaron Hall, and Josh Dobbs. And you're talking to me about, oh no, we have to start a backup quarterback. No, he's a former number 1 pick. Me, we're already in the playoffs. And you want my support,
all right.
John? You want my support? Come on.
Listen here, Pops. now that it's free and I can say it. I was complaining about the two sides, the Wentz hive and the anti-Wentz hive, meeting in my Twitter, and I'm fine with Carson Wentz, but
you won't be when he poisons the locker room.
He's not going to poison the locker room,
and everyone blames him for it.
We're the franchise that cleanses the so-called bad seed. We did it.
They rehabilitated Baker Mayfield.
We rehabilitated Baker Mayfield. We rehabbed
Yeah, well, I can't remember.
Odell Beckham.
There we go.
There's a really mean Nebraska-related joke I could make about all of this that I'm just going to let pass, but people could pick up on it if they wanted.
Oh.
The rehabilitation thing, the Rams.
Oh my gosh, Schaefer!
Yeah, I was going to say.
Horrible.
No,
They
so
drafted
you
him in the
can-
90s, John. Wow. Wow.
For
Happy
a,
New
se-
Year,
for a
Shay.
second, I thought it was going to be an O'Shawn Mathis reference.
No, that wasn't what I was thinking.
All right, Shave. Have a good one. Thanks.
See you guys.
There he
Bye,
is, Mike
Shave.
Shaver of Husker 24/7. When we come back, we can tackle what we had talked about a little bit ago, and I know you and Shave talked about it yesterday, but it kind of branches into the who you're rooting for this weekend and whether or not, this represents at least a little bit of hope for schools like Nebraska who are not the so-called elite recruiters. And if you think this maybe is a jumping off point to a new era of teams that win and with what kind of players they win with. Coming up next, right here on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. We are now into 2024, and you can change your life in a matter of minutes. That is what happened with me almost 6 years ago when I had a very short procedure, only took a few minutes, and it has been a life-changing event for me. I had glasses for close to 20 years. I was still in elementary school when I was prescribed them, and it's just annoying, right? You know that feeling if you're wearing glasses, if you're wearing contacts. So you just kind of get used to it, but there's always that hope of like, man, it would have been nice if I wouldn't have needed them. Well, Kugler Vision can help you out. They perform all 7 of FDA-approved forms of modern vision correction, only spot in Nebraska that does so. And whether it's you can't see close, you can't see far, you have bad reading vision, they have a procedure that can likely help you out. All you got to do is schedule a consultation today. You give them a call at 402-558-2211, or you can visit their website, kuglervision.com. And don't forget to ask about their special New Year savings on modern LASIK. The website, again, is kuglervision.com.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy and seasonally chilly here for your Wednesday afternoon, with the high today in Omaha of 34, north winds staying light between 5 to 10 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy to partly cloudy skies overnight and cold, a low of 21 with winds remaining light out of the north. Decent viewing conditions for a meteor shower here overnight, peaking tomorrow morning pre-dawn. Staying mostly cloudy Thursday, seasonally cool with the high tomorrow in Omaha of 35. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska operational area number 1.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You have to actually inspect every little smidge of meat.
On 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. Josh is live at Sokol Arena, where tonight, Creighton women's basketball top 25 matchup, the Jays and UConn. Creighton looking for that first ever win against the monolith, the beast of the East, the Huskies. 6 o'clock, right after we're done here live on this station, the mothership, 1620 The Zone.
Yeah, Happer was making fun of me earlier because I was excited to be doing a game on the Zone. I've never gotten to do a game on 1620 The Zone.
This is the big leagues.
It's like I got called up. That was some awesome news when we got earlier this week.
You know that when you do games on the Zone, you have to use more of your radio voice.
Do I have to? Is that true? Oh, what a pass inside to Emma Rotzik for the layup.
Emma Rotzik going deep for the layup. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, can we put this on 1019 The Cake so I knew FM voice?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
The only voice you have to use is the most important voice.
Yours.
So I have to take my microphone and hand it to the random fans that are in the crowd. By the way, quick random stat. Speaking of random for you. So Creighton, obviously, as John mentioned, they've never beat UConn. But the last 2 seasons, they played them so well in stores.
Yes, they
but
did.
Not so much at DJ Sokol. So hopefully we see some of that stores energy in the building tonight for the Blue Jays. Because if they're able to keep this one close deep into the second half like they have been the last two years on the road, I want to see what this crowd is like. I've been here for each of the last couple of years, those matchups, and it has been spectacular, the environment, especially early on. It'd be really fun to see what would happen if this thing was going deep into the third and fourth quarter.
Yeah. I want to remind folks again that we are taking submissions for the Rayola capsule. And there's a picture. We got the capture.
Oh my gosh.
We've got the championship. We got the Big Ten championship trophy, the vape trophy from the college football playoff. There's an NFL draft logo. Ooh, pinstripe bowl logo.
Oh man, thank you, Dylan. Thank you.
Even transfer portal.
Oh, you jerk, John. You absolute monster.
But any and all predictions that you have for Dylan Raiola and the Huskers for the next 3 years that you think will happen, go inside of this capsule, and then we're going to bury it, and we're going to re-exhume it 3 years from now, and see if any of it came true. I have quite a few, actually.
Okay.
I have quite a few. But if you would like to submit yours, do so into the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. There's a thread that I started earlier. I'll retweet it, and you can just respond to that or just send it to us, and you can use the hashtag Raiola capsule.
Nice.
And we'll take some of these predictions. Well, any and all predictions are welcome. We'll put them in the capsule. And then 3 years from now, somebody is going to say, I was right or I was wrong. So we'll do that here in a little bit later in the Grum. But coming up next, I do want to get to the subject at hand, because this is going to be one of those rare ones. Old friend of the Grum, Dave Bartu, always used to talk about the recruiting rankings and how all the national champions in the playoff era have come from the top 10 or 11 recruiters in the country. And this one's going to be different, because Both these programs sit a little bit outside of that realm. You're not talking about SEC schools. You're not talking about Ohio State, the programs that have won it, or Clemson in recent years, who have been top 5, 6 recruiters in the country. Does this represent something different? And if it does, obviously it would be a good sign for Nebraska, who, despite the fact that they do have a 5-star quarterback in their class, still top 25 has really been their benchmark. Not top 10, top 25.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, locally, it would matter to us tremendously. It'd give you a lot of hope, and maybe in an era where you have lost hope. But I would say it'd be great for the sport overall, especially in these uncertain times, as we call them sometimes, where conferences are changing, realignment, contraction, all these things. To have an era that we could enter into where it's not just going to be the obvious things. Of course, that would be great for the sport, because I remember when it was Clemson-Bama 3 years in a row in the college football playoff and twice in the national championship game. It was 4 times in a row, 3 times in the Natty. People weren't really having a whole lot of fun with that unless you were fans of Clemson and Alabama. This, being able to spread the wealth, that'd be great for the sport.
So we'll tackle that next. 402-951-1620. If you want to weigh in as well, or you can email us into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Or if you're joining us in our video stream on YouTube TV, you make sure you subscribe to 1620 The Zone TV, which is a YouTube channel. You can comment in the YouTube section as well. Lots of different ways you can get in touch with. Oh, God, here we go with your stupid
Put your balloons away.
I was just trying to give the balloons. Sometimes if you do a thumbs up, it shows a thumb. There we go. Boom. Thumbs up. Thumbs up for the Grum.
I hate this.
It's our new mantra in 2024.
1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
There's, there to be, beginning, there's help as they're, being there.
This is Nikki Haley. Look, I'll just say it. Biden's too old, and Congress is the most exclusive nursing home in America. Washington keeps failing because politicians from yesterday can't lead us into tomorrow.
Nikki Haley, a new generation of conservative leadership.
We need term limits, mental competency tests for politicians over 75, and a real plan to defeat China and restore our economy. I've long said Biden's not going to make it, and a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Kamala Harris. Republicans need to leave behind the chaos and drama of the past with a new generation and a new conservative president. I'm Nikki Haley, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Nikki Haley for president.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant, exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Churco. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. From fresh pastas handcrafted daily to house dry-aged steaks and focaccia bread baked daily, Churco is perfect for date night or any night. Churco features crafted unique cocktails as well as an extensive Italian and American wine list. Churco, located at 192nd and Q and CIRCOOmaha.com.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Hey, Tapper, for the FanDuel Sportsbook, we are headed into Week 18 of the NFL season. Playoffs are gearing up, and it's time to get on the action with the FanDuel Sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed, and all you have to do is place a $5 bet. So heading into Week 18, everything's on Sunday. Pick a game or just pick a bet. Anything across the board, a $5 bet. It's $150 in bonus bets. That's win or lose. That's your incentive. Get to the FanDuel Sportsbook app And when you get there, you'll find that there's same game parlays, live betting, and there's this new thing called the Explore tab where you could check out bets that other players around the country are wagering. That and plenty more on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Head to FanDuel.com/Happer and make your first bet a layup. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Couple of notes for next Monday's championship game. Good news, according to Kalen DeBoer. Dylan Johnson, who was hurt on that last offensive play by Washington. And by the way, Kalen DeBoer came that close to pulling the worst, should have kneeled down on the last play ever.
You think he should have kneeled?
Yes.
Or knelt?
Yes.
Interesting. I did not think that.
Because
if they get a first down, the game's over.
What? Yeah, but it was 3rd and 5. And yes, theoretically you could have gotten the first down, but there would have been 15 seconds left.
Yeah.
If they would have knelt. No way in 15 seconds are they getting into the position that they got into. Plus, it ended up getting Dylan Johnson hurt. And I get it, some of this is a little bit of hindsight 2020.
100%.
Because there was an injury. But even in the moment, I was like, just kneel down.
Okay. See, now, if you said that in the moment, shout out to you, because I've never thought at the end of the first half, I have thought that before, where it's like, it's obvious that you're ready to go into halftime. What are you doing? Just kneel on the ball and head into the half. In this scenario, I thought, yeah, you want to get a first down. You want to say goodnight to Texas. Obviously, you did not expect an injury to happen, and an injury means the clock is stopped, and that was the only thing that allowed Texas to get that opportunity. But as you were saying,
Dylan Johnson should be ready to go, according to Kalen DeBoer. So that's huge. Massive. For Washington. And on the Michigan side of things, a friend of the Grum, Eric Olson of Associated Press, just tweeted out an AP story. Ole did himself. Michigan's JJ McCarthy says, the sign-stealing saga masked the work of players who, quote, did things the right way. And I'm not saying he's wrong about that, but that's why if I'm JJ McCarthy internally, I'm pissed off at my own people, including my own head coach, because you didn't need to do the sign stealing if you were doing things the right way.
Yeah, and I will say, as someone who
apologizes for Michigan,
roots for Michigan from time to time, and honestly, I think it's just good that, like, they didn't need it to beat Michigan. To beat Bama. They didn't need it to beat Ohio State. They didn't need it to beat Penn State. Like, I think that is a positive to come from this. And maybe I'm grasping for straws here. But if they would have entered John into that Penn State game or into the Ohio State game, and they would have gotten beat soundly, and it would have just completely changed how we view the last 3 seasons. And I know for some, they're going to say it already has, Josh. It doesn't matter that they got those wins. What about the other games? At least that they have been able to get wins after the fact, after the suspension, and certainly without Connor Stallions on the sideline or at any of these other games over the last couple of months.
So I asked a question earlier today on our JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Who are you rooting for, Washington or Michigan? And this is actually inspired. We were having a conversation, Jack and I were having a conversation on his show this morning. I kind of openly wondered aloud for the hardcore conference cheer folks, the folks who always root for the league that their favorite school is in.
Yeah.
Chanters. Is this still solidly Michigan because they are old school Big Ten and Nebraska played them this year? Or can you give yourself an out because Washington will be Big Ten next year? And that's only for those folks who are like the real hardcore, I cheer for my conference people. Because, I mean, obviously, if you put that aside, the optics of the season and Michigan being through what they've put themselves through and Washington representing what they do just seems to make it a slam dunk. We'll probably see some of those heat maps next week that show which state is your team rooting for, and you'll have one blue state and everybody else will be purple, right?
Yeah.
Because Michigan has, right or wrong, I think rightly, has become the biggest villain in college football.
I think that it kind of surpasses usual conference cheering.
Yes.
Because it's not just like, Alabama making it or LSU making it out of a conference and being, perceived to be the best team in the country. This team, first of all, it is Michigan. And so people dislike Michigan already. Like we had that debate, Happer and I did at some point during the season about like rooting for Michigan in the Ohio State game or rooting for Ohio State versus Michigan, because I've always been someone who roots for Michigan in that game. And it surprises me that anyone would root for Ohio State. But I know a lot of people have always hated Michigan. They hate the hoity-toity nature of them. Certainly locally around here, we hate them for 1997, et cetera, et cetera. So you have all of that built in, that they are kind of like a Notre Dame in that example, right? Then on top of it, you add in the scandal of this season, and I think it makes it pretty easy that a lot of people, whether it's locally or nationally, Big Ten ties or no Big Ten ties, I think almost everybody is going to be rooting for Washington. I think the few, the proud, those that will be rooting for Michigan that kind of don't have a true dog in the fight, I think what that comes down to is like style. What style do you want to see get a victory? Do you want to see the old school, football team that runs the ball a ton, that is super physical, that doesn't throw the ball, chuck the ball around the yard? Or do you want to see the other side? Like Steve Sipple mentioned in his column this week, he'll be rooting for Michigan. I think part of that is he likes blue bloods, but I think part of it is, style. I think he loves the Michigan style.
Which is funny because we just talked about Dylan Johnson. What beat Oregon?
Yeah. See, and that's the thing.
They were physical in that game, and their running game won that game.
Their offensive line, John.
Yes.
Their offensive line won the award for the best offensive line in college football.
It's just a different style of physical. And as someone
drop
who
back and chuck it all over the yard.
As someone who, tends to lean, more traditional. Again, I watched Penix on Monday night, and I'm just like, this is fun to watch. This is a guy who's he's just dealing out there left and right, but there was still an element of, physicality involved in it. And so to me, I don't look at this as a stylistic thing. This is simply I've never been a Michigan guy. Mm-hmm. And now I really hate them because they're smugness, because they literally cheated, ladies and gentlemen, and they continue to deflect. And they're acting like a politician. They have been acting like the typical politician, and I hate the typical politician of the 21st century. These people are dirtbags. Michigan, they're dirtbags. They cheated. They know they cheated. They got caught. I'm looking at this tweet that I sent out like an idiot. I put out that dumb picture of that goober, Connor Stallions, the guy at the center of the cheating scandal. You just look at him. You just want to punch him in the face. He's a piece of garbage. I hate these guys. And then you got Michael Penix on the other side. He's cool, man. He's flashy. He can make all the throws. He's going to have a better NFL career than that punk J.J. McCarthy. Bank it. I feel sorry. I feel sorry for the NFL team that gets J.J. McCarthy. They ain't going to have nobody to cheat for him unless he ends up with Belichick. We ain't drafted him. We don't draft cheaters.
He'd be a tremendous backup for Matt Stafford in the future of the organization.
No, Carson Wentz. We got Carson Wentz. We're fine. We got Carson Wentz. But anyway, so we asked you the question: who you rooting for?
Who you rooting for?
Brian writes, "In my life, the Huskies have caused more pain than Michigan ever has. That being said, now that the SEC and Texas are gone, I'm rooting for Washington to win. Either way, national champ resides in the Big Ten next season."
Interesting. So in his life, Washington has caused more pain, and I understand that point of view. Now, you have to be a bit of an older fan to know what he's talking about.
Right.
But, of course, they were the last victory in Memorial Stadium until Texas did it in 1998 when they won. Was it in 91 or 92, John? 91, right? When they came into Memorial Stadium and got the dub.
Yes.
And then after that, 40-some-odd wins in a row before Texas ended that. Obviously, they won a national championship in the early 90s. But it's funny because after that, like Nebraska, I'd say the biggest win of Scott Frost's career was Washington at the time before they had the Missouri comeback and then obviously the Natty. But the Washington win, that was the game that changed, in my opinion, the trajectory of the 1997 season. Without that, I don't know if they're able to win a national championship. that season. And so Michigan, meanwhile, they were the foil that year with the split natty, and they have had success, of course, versus Nebraska, especially in the Harbaugh era. They have not lost to Nebraska, and they've had a couple of beatdowns when they have played Nebraska. The first Big Ten road game that I ever attended was in the Big House, and that was a game when Denard Robinson and company destroyed the Huskers. They won 42-17, 49-17, something like that. It was a horrible game to attend. So interesting, but hey, 91, it's a long time ago, but it was a very important victory for them, and obviously a brutal loss for Nebraska.
Yeah, and obviously time heals all wounds. The thing is, there's not enough history between Nebraska and Washington, and once again, and I think whatever rivalry exists between Nebraska and Michigan is more just a blue blood type debate, which is the better program, right?
Sure.
And certainly the 97 season is still debated even to this day. So yeah, I guess I can understand a little bit of that sentiment. On the point though of recruiting, and what this represents, I thought Shafe had a great answer, because I really, and I know we love to, anytime we think we see a trend coming, there might be people on this program that thought they saw a trend coming, that Nick Saban was past his prime. Obviously,
no natties.
Obviously, he proved all of those fools wrong by taking this undermanned Alabama team with a flawed quarterback, and they should have won on Monday, let's face it.
But they didn't, and they only have one title since 2017, and that was in the COVID year, so it basically doesn't
But those fools aside, I think especially when we're looking for things to change, when we really desperately want them to change, and I understand in this part of the country where, and I saw the map the other day, all of the teams playing in either the 1A or the 1AA championship are, you got Michigan, North Dakota, Montana, and Washington. Literally all states that border Canada, right?
That's fascinating.
All of
good
them.
Point.
And so from that standpoint, it's cool for those of us who live in the cold weather country. Hey, that's awesome. But also from a recruiting perspective, these are not programs like Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson, who have always recruited in the top 5 or the top 6 that are in the title game, and that's different. But I think Shafe brings up a great point. I think this is, as much, if not more, can be credited to the COVID year and the super seniors, the ultra veterans that these squads have that have allowed this to possibly happen. I think we need to see more examples. And let's face it, starting next year with a 12-team playoff, we almost have to reset the paradigm anyway, because it's just going to look different, because there'll be so many more opportunities for those great teams who we anticipate seeing in every single playoff to lose, because instead of having to win 2 games, they'll have to win 3, or maybe depending on where they're seated, they might have to win 4. And so to a degree, we have to almost re-examine some of those things anyway. Also, you got the transfer portal and how much
the COVID eligibility.
And we'll be transitioning someday out of the COVID eligibility.
2 more years.
But I almost think we need to put a pause for a moment on what we perceive to be the championship-worthy programs for the next 3 or 4 years, just to see how all of this plays out, assuming that we don't get more changes to the paradigm.
Yeah, and the other thing, one more thing before we go to break that I keep wondering about, John, is the larger conferences. Like, you just look on paper at some of the schedules that these teams have over the next few years. It's incredible. Again, it's on paper and things can change, but it's like, I was looking randomly at Florida's schedule for next year last night, and I was looking at the last 5-6 games. I'm like, now Florida's down program right now, but I'm like, I don't know how you're supposed to win a game or 2 in that stretch. It's hard to go through game after game after game. It's why we've had one NFL team ever make it all the way through, and then one other who has made it through the regular season in the Super Bowl era, because those teams are of mostly equal talent, of mostly equal coaching, etc. And I think that we're about to enter into a period where, like this, John, it's 14-0 versus 14-0. This might be the last of one of these kind of years. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I wonder if this might be the bygone era that we're about to move on from.
We'll see, but it does make hate Michigan, love Michigan, hate Washington, love Washington. It does make it is a refreshing change of pace. You know, it's kind of like any time we would get a Super Bowl without the Patriots. It was a refreshing change of pace. And that's really where we are this year. Now, we still have a team that we will hate intensely in this game and hope terrible things to happen to them. But I digress.
Yeah. And the other team is a cute dog mascot. So if you hate
them,
that means you hate dogs.
Yes, if you're rooting for Michigan, you hate dogs.
Oh, well.
You know what kills dogs? Wolverines.
Well, we know Happer will be rooting for Michigan.
And
he hates dogs.
And you know why the Wolverines kill the dogs? Because they had Connor Stallion spying on the dogs and finding out where their weak points were.
The sign stealer guy.
Coming up next, we have the Dylan Raiola capsule.
Dominic Raiola.
And we are going to put inside of it our predictions, anticipations, expectations for Dylan Raiola over the next 3 years. Dylan, and you can add the Huskers too, I mean, just in general, for the next 3 years, but things that will be related to Dylan Raiola. And we're going to put him in this capsule, then we're going to bury it for 3 years and see how many of these items are going to age well and how many will not. Will he break records?
Will it be wine or milk?
Will it be good? Well, that's a good enough.
Well done, Nick.
Thank you.
Will it be wine or soured milk? 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash on northbound Highway 50 just before L Street. It's causing stopping of traffic all the way back to 144th. Also delays on L Street for both directions around 90th. Delays on westbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. And then a slight delay on Dodd for both directions around 72nd Street. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Outdoor Nebraska update. It's hunting time in the Husker State. For a safe season, remember to be totally certain of your target and your background before you fire that shot. In a moment, ask yourself, is the bullet flight path clear? Is that a legitimate target? And what am I going to hit if I miss my shot? Please be careful out there. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The Creighton women's basketball team hosts UConn tonight at DJ Sokol Arena. Tip scheduled for 6 o'clock. Catch all the action on 1620 The Zone with Rob Sims and yours truly, Josh Peterson. It's Creighton versus UConn tonight at 6 on 1620 The Zone.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
John, real quick before we get into the capsule, Chris tweets in on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. He says, most fans faced in who to root for in the Michigan-Bama game was this: root for a team that blatantly cheated this year, or root for a team that I and others felt didn't belong there and got in for political reasons. Monday is easy. Go Huskies. Johnny Pig, along those lines, I got to read this very carefully so I don't screw up. Huck the Fuskies, always. Hashtag Go Cougs. Johnny, a Wazoo alum.
Well, I can certainly understand the Wazoo and or Oregon State perspective, because those were the schools, or Washington was one of the schools that basically ended the Pac-12 as we know it by their decision to move to the Big Ten. All right, so it's time for the Raiola capsule. This is our time capsule that we are going to bury for the next 3 years. We will open it. Actually, the 3rd of January is on a Sunday, so it'll be opened on January the 4th, assuming we're all still here, 2027.
They're going to be doing road work on Dodge, so we can just go and grab
Oh, God. Yeah, let's make an extended list for this, too. Will there be road work happening outside of our studio?
Probably.
Will we still be in that studio in 3 years, John?
I don't know.
Ah, gross.
But I've got a calendar reminder here and everything. And Mike Schaefer was kind enough to add a submission. He said Dylan will attend a college football ceremony, award ceremony, as a nominee. So he is guaranteeing in the Raiola capsule that Dylan will attend a college football awards ceremony as a nominee sometime between now and January the 3rd, 2027.
Can I start with I think this is a simple one, but I do think it's a bit bold, and I think some will disagree with me.
Okay.
Black Friday, 2026, Dylan Raiola will still be on Nebraska's roster. So I just want to go, in on that one, because then that sets up my other predictions, but he will be the quarterback at Nebraska. By the time that we do this, he will have finished up year 3 as a Nebraska Cornhusker. So he will be on the roster Black Friday versus Iowa.
Black Friday. So you get, now the funny thing is, if he were to decide to, well, let's say he was good enough, pretend he was good enough to declare for the pros. If that decision came like after the new year, just 6 weeks after Black Friday,
then that's why I said Black Friday, because there would also be a scenario where maybe he decides not to play in a bowl game, at the end of December or early January. So that's why I went with Black Friday. I think I covered all of my bases with that one.
I do wonder if we get to that, whether it's Dylan or somebody else.
When that happens for the first time?
When Nebraska deals with its own opt-outs, how that will be received around here. Because it's one thing to watch it from afar and watch other programs and look down your nose and, say this is right, this is wrong, etc. But then when it happens in your own house, and if Nebraska does actually get to that point, where there could be players that want to opt out of a bowl game, especially big players.
Yep.
How that will be received around here.
I thought about that a lot.
My prediction, not good.
No,
in
Steve
fact,
Sipple is going to have a field day with it.
You know what? I mean, I did say that it's Husker or tangentially related to Dylan Raiola. I think I'm going to throw that into the capsule.
Oh?
Nebraska will have an opt-out in a postseason game, and it will be received poorly.
Can we define this real fast? It's an opt-out not to go into the portal. You're saying an opt-out because they don't want to get hurt, right? That's what you're describing?
I'd say either or.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to happen where a player is going to go into the portal, and so thus they will not.
Right, but we'll have I'll put a significant player. Okay. Right? Because sometimes, like in the case of, and I'm sorry, I forget his name, the Texas backup quarterback. Yes, he opted into the portal. Now, was he going to play on Monday night? More than likely, no.
Yeah, correct.
So I'll say a significant opt-out. So a guy who's actually starting, who's actually contributing and making plays.
Will not play in a bowl
game.
Will
opt out of a postseason game, and it will be received poorly.
Yeah, it's funny, real quick, before we move on into Dylan, like that this whole era of opt-outs, it's just happened as Nebraska has never played in a bowl game. And so we don't know what that's like locally.
Right. In this era, which really, I mean, we kind of credit,
McCaffrey and Leonard Fournette, right?
Right. I don't know if credit's the right word, but those were like the first major big name stars who said, yeah, we're not going to waste our time in this bowl game because we want to get ourselves ready for the pros.
And then it's gotten a lot bigger and, badder since then.
Yeah. All right. So I have identified records that Dylan will break.
Okay.
And records Dylan will not break.
Okay. Wow. This is bold.
Dylan will not break the Nebraska career record for passing yards.
What is that record?
88-71. Do you know by whom?
Is that Adrian? No.
No.
Is it Taylor?
No.
Who is that?
Tommy Armstrong.
The other 4-year starter.
Tommy Armstrong, 88-71.
Wow. Interesting. You don't think
he will not break that record?
Huh.
He will not break the record for most passing yards in a game,
which is
510.
Is that Joey Gads?
Yes.
Was that the Kansas State game?
Kansas State game.
I was at that game. What a day. What a day it was.
He will not break the record for most passing yards in a season,
which is
35-68,
also
held by Joe Gans.
Joey Gads. That was the next year. That was 2008.
This one's
Tell me he is going to break the touchdown passing record.
Well, hang on.
Right? Okay, I apologize.
And he will not break the record for passing touchdowns in a game. Joe Gans had 7 in that Kansas State game.
Yeah, that ties the NFL record, right? Isn't that what the record is?
So.
Yeah.
Here are I have identified 3 records that I think Dylan will break.
You're going to say the touchdown passing record, right?
He will break the record for most completions in a game.
What's that number?
36.
Is that by Joey Gads?
I believe Zach. I think it's I should have clicked on the link for the records page. I believe Zach Taylor and a handful of others.
Okay.
Own that record. I'll try to look that up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Here it is.
We can move on.
Yeah. Completions. Yeah, 36. It's held by Zach Taylor, Sam Keller, and Joe Gans.
Sam Keller. How many of those were checkdowns?
Probably a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. The next record that I think that Dylan will break. Dylan will break the bowl game record for passing yards.
Like in a bowl?
In a bowl game.
This
is the Nebraska record.
Is that Tommy Armstrong versus USC?
Yes, 381.
Okay, so you're saying basically he'll get to 400.
Pretty much. And Dylan will break the record for touchdown passes in a season.
Oh, but not a career.
Touchdown passes in a season, which is held by Zach Taylor. He had 26.
Dude, that one, I don't want to say it should be easy because nothing comes easy to this program.
No.
That one should be easy. I will double stamp your triple stamp on that one, John, because that's not even it's 2 touchdowns a game, a little more than 2 TDs a game if you play in 12 games. He ain't playing in 12, though. He's playing in at least 13 games throughout his career every single season. He will break that record. Man, dare I say he'll break that record 3 times over. Certainly he'll break it 2 times over. What is the record for most touchdown passes in a career?
67 by Tommy Armstrong.
Put it on the list. He's going to break that record. Put that in the capsule.
All right, I'm putting that in the capsule under Josh's name. All right. Passing TD record, which is 67. Okay. All right. What else you got?
The other one, now this is a very specific random date, but I wanted to give this to you. So, now I already mentioned he's going to be their quarterback for the next 3 seasons. Nebraska will be in the college football playoff mix after Election Day in one of the 3 seasons. Election Day, of course, the second Tuesday in every November. And I know some people will say, what, Josh, 2025? Look, there's elections in America in 2025 in November, but obviously this upcoming year is a presidential year, 2026. That will be midterms, and there will be random elections. Now, you can define this, John, however you want to, and I will go along with it.
Okay.
College football playoff mix, to me, given that it is now 12 teams, and essentially what we're talking about in terms of wild card is probably top 11. You probably want to be in the top 10 to 11 in there. So mix to me says that you are at the very least in the top 20. And if we want to go a little higher, I would say they will be in the top 16 in at least one of these 3 seasons, 4 or 5 or 6 over the next 3 years.
So if I put it down
in
as
the conversation,
I put it down as Nebraska will be in the CFP mix by Election Day at least once in the next 3 Novembers, and then in parentheses, top 16 in the CFP rankings.
I like it. That's a good one.
Assuming that there are going to still be rankings, and there has to be, I guess, if they're going to have wild cards. So.
Yeah, and if not, then we'll have to redefine this in 3 years. But
okay, I like that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. It's very specific, but it is good. Well, on that same subject, I am putting in the capsule, there will not be a playoff berth, but Nebraska will appear in a bowl game played on New Year's Day or a bowl historically considered a New Year's Day bowl.
Now, real quick, as it stands for the next 2 years, all of those famed New Year's 6 bowls will be hosting playoff games. So you're talking almost like the Outback types, which is not the Outback Bowl anymore.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I
gave myself a little bit of a fudge there in case, because we don't know. Remember, this contract, the next 2 years is kind of temporary, and then by the 3rd year of this, we'll have a permanent, we assume, college football playoff contract. So I gave myself an out in case some of the bowl games that right now are considered part of the New Year's 6 are no longer included. But so let's say if Nebraska 3 years from now is in the Peach Bowl, but the Peach Bowl is no longer part of the playoff format, that would qualify as a bowl historically considered as a New Year's Day bowl.
But the Alamo Bowl or the Holiday Bowl would not count, correct? Because those are not New Year's Day bowls. Okay,
correct.
Cool. Gator Bowl is. I just wanted to make sure.
Correct.
How about this from Dave? We will listen to the capsule opening ceremony on 101.9 The Zone.
I love it!
From your lips to God's ears, Dave. I love that idea.
The capsule opening ceremony.
I love that.
On 101.9. I'm going to even put 101.9 The Zone.
That's great stuff. That's
a good one. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
That's my favorite prediction. If of all the predictions I want to have happen, that's the only one. If I had to choose one, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the only one. Do you have another one?
Do you have one?
Yes. Most wins in a season with Dylan Raiola the next 3 years, and this is counting the bowl game. 10.
That you'll say that's the most wins.
That's the most wins in a season that Nebraska will have with Dylan over the next 3 years will be 10, and that does count the bowl game.
All right, so I will. I'll not double stamp your triple stamp here, or triple your double. I will say he gets to 11. I'll say Nebraska gets to 11 wins in one of these next 3 seasons, and we'll throw a damn parade.
Nebraska
Parker
gets
says
to
this sounds
11.
a lot like Scott Frost will win the conference by year 5.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Oh boy,
Nebraska gets to an 11-win season, says Joe.
Nebraska has an 11.
It's in the capsule.
Along those lines, Jed writes, it's one thing for you guys to constantly disrespect the Chiefs. By the way, Mitch Holtz is coming up next. But this disrespect for Raiola is overboard. He will obviously break all the career passing records after 1 year because he is the greatest quarterback to ever touch a football. I do appreciate Jed for calling us out. We've been a bit disrespectful, especially you, John. You've been a bit disrespectful so far by saying what records he won't break rather than the ones that he will.
I did say the records he will break. I mentioned them. Completions in a game, bowl game record, and touchdown passes in a season. I gave him those 3.
Chris says Nebraska will make the CFP and volleyball will win a natty too. So he's just throwing in random other sports as well for this discussion.
So Chris says we'll make CFP and NUV ball wins title.
Is that his way of saying that his sister is going to come play volleyball in Nebraska?
I didn't think about that.
Look at that, Nick. See, it's funny, John. When we open this capsule, it will be 3 or 4 months before the draft because I was going to ask you if there was anything draft related that we could
yes, there is. I have one, in fact.
Okay, good. Is it mock related?
He will be, at best, on the fringe of the day one NFL draft boards.
Oh, man, that is essentially where I am at, too. I was going to say that he is going to be so I guess I'll differ, and I'll just be a little more strong in my conviction. He will be a day 2 pick, which in today's parlance is a second or a third rounder, which still would be the greatest thing that has happened to a Nebraska quarterback in the NFL draft ever. So he'll be a day 2 pick in my world.
He will be a fringe day 1 NFL draft board guy.
You guys are eating this Rayola.
Rayola.
Yeah, Rayolades.
I also have in here, Dylan will peak at second team all Big Ten. I mean, think about it, folks. There's 18 teams in the league now, and you've got Lincoln Riley, the man, with all the quarterbacks. It's going to be very difficult.
It's going to be really hard
to be a first team all Big Ten quarterback, but I think Dylan will peak at second team all Big Ten in the next 3 years. So that's still very lofty expectations.
Yes,
in my
it is,
opinion.
too.
Some people are going to hear this and think it's disrespect. That's very lofty expectations given what this conference is going to be looking like starting next year.
Yeah, Headley says, wow, lots of negativity from you guys today. Yeah,
that's not, I don't think that's, send us positive, negative, doesn't matter. It all goes in the capsule, and we shame
Negative boys.
Negative boys. We
Boys.
shame the losers, and we praise the winners.
Jeremy says, wow, did you guys find my weed or something? John, did you find his weed?
I didn't find his weed.
Oh, you
and
found someone else's.
here's the last one I had of my original.
Okay.
Dylan will play 3 years or less at Nebraska.
I'm actually with you on that one. I think he'll be at Nebraska for 3 years, which is why I went to 2026 and not 2027. I'll give you one more.
Okay.
Nebraska will, and this is in recruiting. This is not transfer portal.
Okay.
Because of Raiola being on the roster, Nebraska will sign 4 more 5-stars before his career is over. 4 more 5-stars before his career is over.
Okay. Got it.
There you go. By the way, Mark wants to point out that Nate Gary opted out in 2016. I forgot about that against Tennessee, apparently.
I forgot about that.
Scott says
I think he
Nebraska
opted.
wins 4 games in a row.
Are you sure he opted out of that, or was he suspended for it for the many targeting penalties that he had at the end?
Actually, John, I actually think you're right. Didn't he have a targeting against Iowa?
That's what I thought.
I think you might be right. Yeah.
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 All right. Interesting. Nick, do you have a?
I think he'll be good, but I think he's only going to be here for a couple years.
2 years.
So you think he's 2 years?
2 years.
By the way, John Headley points out Nate Gary opted out of going to class. I think that was the issue. I think he didn't go to class.
That's true. Yeah.
And I think that was what happened.
That sounds right. See, it's been so long since Nebraska played in a game in the month of December, January that meant anything that,
Some would say it's been a while.
Some would say
been a while.
It has been a while.
I'm glad that's not a quarter.
All right, so we'll leave the capsule open here for a little while longer in case we get, because I'll peruse the Twitter machine, because we did ask for all of your responses. I'll peruse the different comments and try to log as many of them here in my calendar reminder, and then we will close the Raiola capsule. And boy, this is going to be hilarious. This is going to be hilarious 4 months from now when Dylan ends the spring game and says, "Yeah, I think I'm going back to Georgia."
Oh boy, that'd be bad.
And then Josh will claim he still has a perfect Grumball.
Actually, in that case, both Grumballs would be right.
No,
Nick.
They would.
Thank you.
Stop, God, I knew it. Mitch Holt is next. 1620 the zone. Josh,
everyone,
go for it, Josh.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. You know, we just made a lot of prognostications, John, and how about this? Right now, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when they place a $5 bet, and it's win or lose. $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. There are a lot of Week 18 games. There's a lot of players sitting out, but there are a lot of big, important matchups in terms of playoff seeding. What an incredible deal to kick off the new year and get ready for the playoffs at FanDuel.com/1620.
And there's new tabs, the new Parlay Hub, which is a very popular place for folks to go. And you can look at some very popular parlays that other players are attempting, a lot of player props, game props, team props, and the like. So check that out, including for NBA, college basketball, and a whole lot more. And you can really make it worth your while. All you have to do is hit that $5 NFL bet this weekend. And for new customers, you win it, $150 in bonus bets. $150. Actually, it's win or lose. Just place the bet. You don't even have to win the bet anymore. Just win or just do it. And you will get $150 in bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/1620. Make that first bet a layup and win with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy and chilly tonight. Some areas of fog, low temperatures into the lower 20s. Still some fog around Thursday morning, otherwise mostly cloudy skies and again a bit cool. High temperatures Thursday in the low to mid 30s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no major wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We are getting reports, though, of delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 all the way to 90th. Delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and 24th. If you're west on 370, slow going from 72nd to 84th, and a slight delay on eastbound Industrial Road around 144th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Creighton Sports Update.
It's a big upcoming weekend for Creighton basketball. The men's team will be at home in the CHI Health Center Saturday at 1 p.m. to take on Providence. Women's basketball hits the road to take on DePaul in Chicago Saturday at 3 p.m. To purchase your tickets and follow along on all things Creighton athletics, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
So I can come punch you in the face.
The 1620 The Zone.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson.
Welcome to the... Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling a detector by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
And the Chiefs Kingdom has firmly planted its flag on top of football's highest summit.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuck focus right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holtis.
The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
As you know, the mantra of this program has always been, we do not disrespect the Chiefs. We just don't. And so I say this with that caveat. If please, Channel 3, Channel 10, if you're listening, the Chiefs aren't playing a meaningful game this weekend. We want the Packers and the Bears. But the good news is, because we, as the stations of 1620 The Zone, bring you the Kansas City Chiefs Football Network on your radio with the great Mitch Holthus. It's the best of both worlds. You get to watch an NFC game that has playoff implications, and you can listen to Mitch Holthus. Mitch, will you back me on this? We need the Packers and the Bears in this market.
Fully Packers and Bears. Let's see playoff implications. Yeah, let's go. But our game has the mystique of this will be the fourth time this has happened in the 11 years Andy Reid has been here, which is the last game, play the JVs. But every year somebody's emerged from that game. 2013, quick history lesson, Chiefs JVs are going to beat the Charger varsity and knock them out of the playoffs. Ryan Suckup missed a 41-yard field goal, but someone named Niall Davis emerges for 85 yards. 2 short years later, returns to kick 106 yards to get the first playoff victory for the franchise in 21 years. 2017, the debut of the one they call Patrick Mahomes. 2020, playing the whole game was Chad Henne, the old veteran. 2 weeks later, you've got to pull the game out of the fire. Chad Henne does so. So what happens in 2023 in this game? What future hero will be featured in this game against the Chargers? In the battle of Easton Stick against Blaine Gabbert, and yes, Easton Stick, Omaha Creighton Prep, Junior J.
I like it.
Mitch, at various
Stick,
points.
Creighton Prep, baby. We don't always play Creighton Prep quarterbacks.
Mitch, at various points over the last decade, whether it was in the 16 playoff format or now the 17 playoff format, Kansas City has gone into this last week, whether it was 17 or 18, sometimes knowing that they would get the bye week, other times knowing that they would be playing in the first round. How has that maybe, like the importance of the rest component? I'm just wondering what that's like going into this game and trying to keep everyone healthy, but also knowing, like you just said, that this could be something, a jump start for some of these guys going into whether it's the postseason or even a following year.
You just nailed it. You nailed it why this is huge and why winning that game Sunday was huge. We all know the first step, and we just posted a Defending the Kingdom podcast where we go into this for 30 minutes. All right, we know the historical marks of what Sunday did. The bigger, greater good in this current life that we're in is the fact that you get a week after 6 weeks where the opponent has had anywhere from 9 to 14 days in December of the last 5 weeks. I put it out on Twitter, it caused a firestorm. But you've been gutting it out on short weeks while the opponent has extra time to rest and get ready. Now the Chiefs get the converse of that. Why? They will play a game where they can rest the principal parties, and all 5 possible opponents are going to be knockdown, drag out, claw your eyes out games on Saturday and Sunday. No matter who the Chiefs play in the wild card round, they will face a team that is desperate to win the week before. And that is just the 180 of what the Chiefs have had over the past 5 to 6 weeks.
And Mitch, you alluded to something. You pointed it out on Twitter earlier this week. And I remember when we talked about this all the way back in the preseason, this Warren Sharp study that really analyzed all of the teams and the rest and how many teams were at a rest advantage versus a rest disadvantage. In other words, you're coming off a short week, another team's coming off a long week because of this new television schedule where you have flexible games on Monday nights and Thursday nights. It's crazy. And yet, yeah, we knew going into the season, the Chiefs were going to be at a rest disadvantage coming into the season. Do you think that played any role in how the Chiefs played the last month?
No question it did. And how the opponents played. Green Bay had some stuff in that Spags hadn't seen before. And I think that's part of the reason the slow starts. Now, to the fan or the fan who hates the Chiefs, it comes across as being whiny or you're making excuses. No, go to Mac at the next session you have with him and go, the Big East just put down the schedule for February, and the 5 opponents that you play will all have a week to get ready for you. No midweek game. Villanova's getting a week. Let's just go down the line, right? UConn gets a week. What? Yeah, everybody gets a week to play it. And including Butler and Xavier. They're all getting weeks. Really? Okay. Well, So the league has got, my point is the league has got to pay attention to this. If you're going to move, everybody wants the game in their slot. And you have all of these mouths to feed. And CBS wants a 325. We want the best game. And I don't say this braggadocious. And the Taylor Swift thing's part of this. A huge number follows the Chiefs. Whether you like it or not, it follows the Chiefs. So, oh gosh, I don't know. Amazon Prime's getting screwed on Thursday night. They want a big game. All right. We're going to move everybody around. Well, you can't put a team at a major disadvantage. And think of what February is like in the Big East. Well, the last 4 weeks or 5 weeks, so the first week of March and the 4 weeks of February. And think if every Creighton opponent got a Saturday to Saturday for you and didn't have to travel. I mean, that's what this has been like. So I'm not whining. I'm just telling you that's been a big part of the 3-3. The Bills got 2 weeks. And so in December, they got 2 weeks. And the Raiders got 11 days. Yeah, it's a deal, and it's for real. And it's just something that the league has got to deal with moving forward.
Mitch, I want to ask you, and this might be a weird question, but next week, obviously, we'll be looking ahead to the playoffs. So I feel like this is a good time. And that's like, how would you grade the overall enjoyment of this season as a Chiefs observer? And obviously, you are really close to the ground there with what you do. But it seems to me, for the first time in the Patrick Mahomes era, that just fans or media that covers them or the team itself, like it's not as fun as it has been. And obviously, I think there's going to be like a price of admission that comes with being a great franchise and holding yourself not just to a usual high standard, but comparing yourself to previous teams that have won Super Bowls or have made another Super Bowl. Am I onto something here? And I wonder what you think. If I am, that could mean going into the postseason next weekend.
Only because fans are so tuned in offensively, whether it's fantasy football. I don't care the team you have. It's like we gauge it by the attributes that you just laid out there, or what do we get our enjoyment from? Is primarily centered around offense. All right. Do you have kids?
No. I do.
Okay. All right. Let's take your kids. I don't know how many you got. Let's say you have 2 children. And the first children's the whiz in math and science. And the second child's good, but, not that. And all of a sudden, the next year in school, the whiz kid is struggling and is usually getting A's but gets B's. And you're like, wow, okay, what we got here? We're going to have to deal with this. While your second child, who is getting B's and C's, is getting A's. That's the analogy I'm giving you to answer you, Josh, is that it's been up and down and all around. All the concern of the drop passes. But then you see this defense, which is playing at a historic level, at least franchise-wise, that it's the best defense in 30 years. And when people wake up, and after this weekend, depending on what happens, the Chiefs have a chance to be the number 1 defense in the entire National Football League. Now, some of that's been fun. But because we think so much offensively for 75% of the game, that if the offense isn't clicking or you're dropping passes, getting holding calls, and, you're 31st in the league in giveaway takeaway, something's dramatically wrong. Here's another way to look at this, you guys. The Chiefs have had drops are like errors in baseball. One person saying it's a drop and others not. NGS says 29 drops. I think Stats passes at 31. Anyway, Chiefs are leading the league in drops. They have more offensive holding calls than any team in the league. They're next to last in the giveaway takeaway ratio, and they're 10-6 and won the division for an 8th straight year. Now, is some of that fun? None of that's, so there's my answer. If you catch my drift, it's just been odd. It's been different. And I think that has been the adjustment that the fans have had to make.
It's going to be fascinating to see, and certainly we'll talk about this next week and in the weeks to come. This is the first time in we'll call it the Mahomes era, where the Chiefs aren't going to be the team that have every playoff game at home. They're going to have to go on the road eventually, assuming they get past the first round. And that's a unique challenge. Even during the great Tom Brady run, there were times they had to go on the road and win. This will be a unique challenge for Mahomes and for this particular squad. And I think for those of us who like to watch great teams get challenged, I think there's an opportunity here, not only for the Chiefs to prove just how great they have been, but also for all of us to see, hey, are these guys really all they're cracked up to be? I think the opportunity is right there.
I would agree. And then there's the other side that if you're the 3 and the 2 gets beat, and the one gets beat, guess who's playing at home? Okay? Because in 2019, the Chiefs were not the one. They were the two. Remember the Kevin Harlan calling two games at once. The Chiefs end up getting the second seed because the Dolphins had the miracle win. But then they end up being the 2 seed that got the home game because so it's not just play the tournament. But, and that's the other tweet I put out, and my detractors were getting after me. One guy put, "Hey, Grandpa's into cough syrup tonight." He got into Grandpa's cough syrup, which I thought was hilarious. But I put on there, no true road games for Mahomes. What's the Jeopardy answer in 2050? Who was the first quarterback to play a true road game? Answer would be Patrick Mahomes, because he had to play the 2020 Super Bowl 55 game in Tampa. Well, and I like Daniel Jeremiah. He goes, well, technically the Super Bowl's not a road game. Okay. All right. Let's take the Creighton Blue Jays again. Technically, they're going to play the Big East tournament on the campus in Providence at the Dunkin' Donuts Center. Now, technically, that's a neutral site. Is that going to be a neutral site for Mac when he runs the Jays out there? And so technically, no. But in reality, yes, because that night was not a normal Super Bowl night. They gave tickets to locals there were people in the stands. And I like the one Chiefs fan that goes, no, it was pretty much partisan. I was getting spit on all night. So it was, but the point is here, like Mahomes has never played a road game.
Wow, I thought
fine on the road.
I thought we'd given up spitting during COVID.
Yeah, Mitch, that was COVID. I want to talk more about these people spitting on people.
Yeah, what
kind of monsters were they?
And there was
the vaccine was barely available.
They were all wearing masks until they needed to spit on the other fan.
Wow.
Wasn't me. I'm wearing my mask. I don't know what you're talking about.
I guess I got my mask on. All right, Mitch. Well, have a great call. It's stress free this weekend. Keep everyone healthy so we can watch what happens in Super Wild Card Weekend.
Super Wild Card Week. So this game is interesting. It would have been a whole nother segment, but people go, well, just trust. It's not the preseason. You can only have 6 inactives. You can only elevate 2 guys. You're going to play this game with essentially 38 guys. Speaking of Creighton Prep, they're going to play games with way more than 38 guys. And that's what the Chiefs will have to do in this game. Guys that play special teams will have to play like every scrimmage down. So it's really fascinating. But there's also guys that emerge in this game that could be a factor in Super Wild Card Weekend or in the years ahead.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, thank you very much.
Thanks. I'm going to take a little Grandpa's cough syrup here for him.
Sounds good.
Bye, Mitch.
All right.
Mitch Holtis joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. He was speaking of, hey, if this happens and this happens, the Chiefs could still be hosting playoff games. People forget, and I can say that because I don't know a quarter.
That's truth.
That just 2 short years ago, one of the greatest Super Bowl teams of all time entered that conference's playoffs as the 4 seed and ended up hosting the NFC Championship game that they won, by the way, en route to a Super Bowl that they won, by the way, on their home field in front of their fans, where their fans definitely did not spit on Bengal fans.
Weird. I was saying weird that your team got home field advantage. Interesting.
I will say this. So, and I'm happy Mitch isn't listening anymore, unless he's a fine listener of the radio replays. And Nick, I want you to plug your ears too.
Oh God!
Here's what I'm hoping for.
Oh God!
In the first round of the playoffs, I want the Bills to win on Sunday night, and we're going to talk. By the way, we're going to do Fired Up for Football in a little bit, and so we'll lay out a lot of the scenarios. But I'm hoping that the Bills win in the first round, the Chiefs beat the Dolphins, and the Browns beat the Jags, because then we would get Browns at Ravens, and we'd have Chiefs at Bills. And I think that would be really, really cool. The funniest thing is going to be if the Chiefs lose in the first round, and then they end up not even having a road playoff game this year because they lose in their first playoff game.
Friends, it's a Dumb Debates Wednesday. And we're going to get it started next.
What?
Yes.
Holy crap.
Because we can do that. Yes, we are. We're like TGI Fridays. We're starting our happy hour a little early.
We have potato skins?
And we have potato skins.
Hell yeah.
Wow, okay.
With the
Sign
cheese.
me up.
Yeah, all of that. So that is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Maybe you'll be going to one of these games. It's going to be played throughout the month of January. And I know sometimes when you're going to one of these big football games in January, it can be hard to get good seats and end up sitting near the top of the stadium. I remember back in 2018, I went to my first football game since I had that procedure done all the way back at the beginning of the year. And I was up in the nosebleeds and I could see all the action down on the field. I was up there again on Black Friday this year. I could see everything down on the field. And that is thanks to the folks at Kugler Vision. I went in for the consultation process. I had a lot of questions, and they had all of the answers for me, and it has been one of the best decisions that I've made in my entire life. Whether it's LASIK or whether it's a different procedure, I actually didn't qualify for LASIK, but thankfully, 7 FDA-approved forms of modern vision correction. They were able to help me out. They can help you out as well. Give them a call today, 402-558-2211. Don't wait any longer. Kugler Vision, they took great care of me. They'll take great care of you. And if you visit their website, kuglervision.com, you can also check out their special New Year savings on modern LASIK. Again, the website, kuglervision.com.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we're getting reports of a stall blocking the right lane on southbound 90th at Blondo Street. Delays on eastbound Industrial between 144th and 132nd. Also delays on eastbound L Street between 36th and 24th. And a slight delay on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Sometimes life throws you a curveball and you need a solution fast. A solution to help you make payroll, to save your house, to keep growing, or fund a startup, to fix a roof or other major repair. Saul's is your fast, local, confidential solution. Get the cash you need today with Saul's.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
We are down to the final week of the NFL regular season, but that doesn't mean the action stops. No, my friends, right now, FanDuel still offering a great $150 in bonus bets when you place a $5 winning money line bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And there's some great new things on FanDuel for 2024, live same-game parlays, the new Explore tab, and the Parlay Hub, which puts together a bunch of very popular parlays on FanDuel.
John, it's the first week of 2024, and there are some big-time matchups in Week 18, of course, ahead of the playoffs. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620 today, and new customers can get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when they place a $5 bet. Again, $150 in bonus bets, win or lose at FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
The Creighton women's basketball team hosts UConn tonight at DJ Sokol Arena. Tip scheduled for 6 o'clock. Catch all the action on 1620 The Zone with Rob Sims and yours truly, Josh Peterson. It's Creighton versus UConn tonight at 6 on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
It'd be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
From your mom.
Listen, listen not to We Did Anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
That's right, baby. The happy hour is here. It's our first dumb debates of 2024. You can always submit your dumb debates. And listen, folks, I had a dumb debate that I thought of during the break.
Oh.
But you know what I didn't do?
You didn't write it down?
I didn't immediately go to my Twitter and tweet at USC 1620 and use the hashtag dumb debates, my dumb debate. And now I have forgotten what this dumb debate was. All I remember is, hey, this would be a really good thing for dumb debates. But I didn't do it. And so don't be like me. Learn your lesson.
Don't be a John.
Yeah, John sucks.
Anytime a dumb debate either happens to you or pops into your head or you hear about it from somewhere else, immediately go to your phones, go to your laptops, go to whatever device you use and text it to us at 402-951-1620 or tweet at us at USC1620 and use the hashtag dumb debates or type us an email and send it out to the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com, so that you don't lose your dumb debates. Thus, we lose the privilege of debating your dumb debates.
You could even handwrite a letter.
You could. We have done that before. John, what happened to you reminds me of like when you wake up in the middle of the night and you have an idea and you're like, I'll remember this idea. There's no way I'll forget it. And then you go back to sleep and then you wake up and you're like, what was that idea again? Not great. Always write it down. Like Levi in Colorado did. Now he sends this after yesterday's show. How is the program not brought up the Pop-Tart Bowl, particularly the fact that they ritually sacrificed and consumed a mascot on live TV? They lowered it into a giant toaster, baked it, then devoured the poor sentient pastry on ESPN. It is the only reason I watched that bowl game. I hate Kansas State. It was idiotic and amazing, and I loved it. Bonus dumb debate. What is the best and worst Pop-Tart? I hate all non-berry Pop-Tarts. That's wild because here's my take. I hate all berry Pop-Tarts.
Well, because we know you're afraid of warm fruit.
It doesn't have to be warm. I actually never toast a Pop-Tart. I eat brown sugar cinnamon.
No, I also eat my Pop-Tarts raw, but brown sugar cinnamon are gross.
Why?
What?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you toast your Pop-Tart?
I don't know. I
don't
just
need
never
to.
The
Yeah, you
warmth,
don't need
it's
to.
nice to have a warm piece of pastry in your hand instead of something at room temperature. The reason they invented the Pop-Tart was that it would fit in the toaster and you could heat it up and you could eat it because it's nice and warm.
Well, they've also made some that you could just freeze and eat out of the freezer.
Yeah, I've rarely actually toasted them ever, John, but I have frozen some. Nick, what's the one that people do the freezing of? Is it the...
I think it's literally called Ice Cream Sundae or something like that.
Yeah, I think I've had that. The only one, honestly, I haven't had a Pop-Tart in probably a decade, but brown sugar cinnamon is is easily my favorite.
Oh, brown sugar cinnamon is great.
No, I'm a blueberry guy. Just give me the blueberry.
I mean, the blueberry is fine. And you know what? I don't need the frosting.
What?
No.
You psycho.
No, it's not. Especially if the brown sugar
energy.
If the brown sugar cinnamon is already very sweet as it is, why do I need an extra layer of icing? It's sweet enough.
It's good. It's so tasty.
It is good. I will eat it. I won't turn it down.
So you want a healthier option.
You want a toaster strudel.
Toaster strudel comes first of all.
You don't have to put that on.
Toaster strudel is superior to the Pop-Tart. Let's not be
wrong.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Wrong.
The
John,
pastry is better. The icing is better.
I cannot believe you want an unfrosted one. When I went to a friend's house growing up and they had unfrosted Pop-Tarts, gosh, that was such
I
a
always wondered who those were for.
Yeah, for John, apparently.
I will say the off-brand Pop-Tarts are better than the normal Pop-Tarts because normal Pop-Tarts have been skimping on their frosting slowly over the last 15 years or so.
Bidenflation.
But you need
come for the Pop-Tarts.
Get the Toast-'em Pop-Tarts.
Bummer. Aaron writes, all Pop-Tarts in general are nasty. Wow, what a take.
Bad take.
That is a bad take.
This is a spicy meatball.
No, that's for later. That's when What's for Dinner, which is later in the Grum today.
What's for Dinner, our new segment.
What's for Dinner? That'll be debuting today in place of the now dead, officially buried Bet of the Day.
My Bet of the Day.
We just got a call from somebody who said their name was Ted Bundy.
Nice.
And they said that your take about unfrosted Pop-Tarts makes you sound like a serial killer.
Oh, okay.
Classic.
Yeah,
Thanks for calling, Ted.
Yeah, that's real funny. Real funny, pal. Yeah, I'm sure the victims from Ted Bundy really appreciate that kind of humor.
I forget, is Ted still alive or did they kill him?
I think he
Oh, he died in 89.
Oh, well, not recently then.
They killed him in prison, Nick. They electrocuted him.
Oh,
Yikes.
the electric chair.
Ouch. Yep, the old electric chair. All right.
Let's see. Rick usually has some interesting dumb debates.
Seattle Rick?
Yes.
Yeah,
Did FOMO, which is fear of missing out for those of you who aren't familiar with the acronym, did FOMO exist before social media, or did social media in society perpetrate FOMO?
I have an
John,
argument for this.
you're the only... Okay, well, I'll be interested to hear Nick's argument, but, I mean, John, you can speak to being a child in the 80s when there was no social media, and you can speak to the current day better than Nick and I can. So I feel like you are best equipped to answer this question. Did you have FOMO? No, you know what? I can answer this question too. I say yes. I didn't see Titanic until after all of my friends saw Titanic, but I had FOMO because, John, I was like 10 and there were boobs in it. What are you talking about, man? Everyone was talking about this scene. There was Scary Movie. Everyone was talking about Scary Movie. Oh, it's so funny. These weird, goofy things happen in Scary Movie. I wasn't allowed to watch Scary Movie. I had FOMO of missing out on Scary Movie.
As a child, you had FOMO for Titanic?
There was nudity in it, John.
First of all, it's PG-13. They're not up there very long. We're not talking about Porky's here. There's a lot of movies that have a lot more nudity that were available to you.
I was definitely not able to watch any of those either. I couldn't watch Titanic. I think my parents are going to be like,
against Kate Winslet.
Pie.
Kate Winslet, fine actress and a very attractive actress. But what is
everyone else saw him. I wanted to see him too.
He had FOMO.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess that's a little understandable because at least it was the right kind of FOMO.
Yeah.
What about like
Scary Movie?
Happy Meal toys, John?
No.
Happy
Meal toys. I mean, listen, they suck today. They sucked back then. They've always sucked.
Wow.
Happy Meal toys have never been good.
Happy Meal toys not like SNL. Never been good, says John.
Or like comic books? Did you get FOMO for comic books?
What, Nick, you're describing right now is just gifts that people received that you were unable to get. I think that we need to put that in a different category than FOMO. I think that's like pure jealousy.
I'm just trying to think of like limited edition things that don't circulate very often.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. John's not a comic book guy, though.
No, I know.
I just wasn't going to have any.
He probably knew comic book people, right?
Oh, yeah, a few. I mean,
his name's Michael Severe.
Not that many, but
Kevin Kugler. Who joins us Friday, by the way.
FOMO. I mean, I suppose the thing about it was, yes, there were certain things that you didn't want to miss or you wanted to be a part of, but the public, I don't know if shaming is the right word, but the public pressure wasn't there.
Like
because we didn't have the ability to interact as much. If there was FOMO, it existed in smaller groups. Because of social media now, it exists in much larger groups because literally everybody is interconnected via social media.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess technically there was FOMO, but the peer pressure wasn't as strong because your FOMO wasn't exposed to the world, if that makes sense.
For sure, yeah, you couldn't really talk about it beyond your close circle of friends. Nick, what was your argument going to be?
Well, it was the Happy Meal toys.
Oh, okay.
Because limited run thing.
Okay.
One that I saw and had saved, this is from Brandon. Now, it's a screenshot, so somebody else asked this, but says, do you think the top part of a mermaid also tastes like fish, or would it actually be red meat? Would there be a solid line where the meat changes in their body, or would it kind of blend? Could you make a surf and turf platter with one carcass?
I think it kind of blends toward the waist, like there's some fish muscles that kind of overlap with the people muscles. So like in the middle, you'd get like a nice cut of both.
Yeah, but it's definitely, the top part's definitely like human meat.
100%.
It's like it's like cannibalism. And the bottom part is like
so it's not cannibalism to eat the bottom part.
Wouldn't the top half of the mermaid be white meat?
No,
are people white meat?
No, we're red meat, John.
Think about it, boys. The breasts! The breasts!
Oh, those.
The boobs.
I apologize.
Josh's FOMO.
John makes fun of me for wanting to see Titanic as a 13-year-old. Meanwhile, 50-plus-year-old John now, horny John
Horny
strikes
John's
again.
back.
Yeah.
I mean, when I think that's what I think of when I think
Answer
of mermaids.
the mermaid question, John.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement here.
Yeah, I suppose.
I've got one from listener David.
Okay.
So because we have half sheets of paper towels now, or is there any need for the full sheets anymore? Or can everything just be a half sheet now?
What? What do you mean?
So you got rolls of paper towels and they come like the half sheets or like the full paper towel sheet, right? And
so, John, you have a normal paper towel is like this.
Yes.
Now a lot of the paper towels, it's like this. That's the paper towels we have are half sheets.
Yes.
We pull it off. And so, like, when I eat dinner, I will pull off 2 of the half sheets. So I will have 1 full paper towel.
Well, but is it a half sheet or is it just they're cutting the full sheet down to size, but it's still where the partition is? Isn't it still technically a full sheet because it's what it's what the manufacturer has deemed to be the sheet?
Wow, so you think this is all just marketing, John?
Because then to do that, you would have to measure you would have to go back and get an old set of Bounty towels from 20 years ago and measure what the sheet was between the perforations and then measure today's Bounty towels and see how much less space you have.
Ooh, gotta look for shrinkflation.
I just think that they have changed the definition of the full sheet. Now, that said,
the new normal.
That said, usually when I rip off, it ends up being 2 or 3 sheets of today's partitioned paper towels.
Tiny baby sheets
is what it ends up being. But I think we've just redefined what the full sheet is.
Wow.
I think it's hard to argue with you, John.
It is really hard.
That's how I thought of it. I'm not saying I'm right. I just feel like that's the direction we've gone.
That's just how it is.
Let's see. This is from Dave. Hello, Dave. Is Shaka Smart the PJ Fleck of college basketball? I believe, John, that he tweeted this during the game. I was listening to you while I watched, which, real quick aside, I am blown away by how far behind live television Cox Cable is. So I was watching the game, and I was like, you know what? I want to listen to John. I'm going to start doing this now throughout the season so I could hear your call because then I could bring up goofy things that you say on there. Dude, you were ahead of the TV. And I couldn't pause the stream. I'm listening in the stream. I'm not listening, John, on the real radio. I'm listening at 1620thezone.com, and you were ahead of Cox Cable. I was baffled.
I can't believe the stream was actually ahead. We must have been really we must have gotten
Cox
rid of the
Cable
lag.
Stinks. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, you were not having a good time with him. He was out on the court playing defense. It was 6 on 5.
I didn't even see that live. I had one rant about him. That was later in the game when he was on the floor, but I didn't see the one that got tweeted everywhere where he is literally on the floor as Creighton's trying to run their possession at that half of the floor. Which is, I mean, listen, it's way try hard. I get it. He's a great coach. And his personality and his energy is part of his aura. Cool, great. I'm not going to shame him for that. But that said, that's a technical foul. They need to tee his ass up the nanosecond he does it. Now, it's one thing if he's on the backside of the play. Like if the play's on the other end of the floor and he's out there with all the histrionics. Because he's not interfering anything. Yeah. But this is going on while the play is happening right in front of him. You're not allowed to be an extra person on the field. In the NFL, they literally enforce, you hear about the sideline warnings, that's that big-ass wide strip of field. You can't even be in that area, which is already out of bounds. Basketball may need to start enforcing that area the same way that football does because of garbage like this. But let's go back to the original question. Enough of my
I would
rant.
say that he was, in fact, worse because PJ is annoying, but he is annoying in a kind of a rah-rah,
But if PJ's out there pretending like he's a defensive back and doing all this nasty, and he's out on the field, guess what? His ass is getting flagged.
Yeah, so that's why I think what happened with him the other day versus Creighton, I would say that would annoy me much more. If I'm a fan of a team and they're playing him, that would annoy me way more than PJ Fleck does. But I also say that as someone who doesn't really hate PJ Fleck as much as a lot of people do.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Dave, Shaka has won something. That's also true, though.
Ooh.
PJ Fleck has not had the success that Shaka Smart
No,
has.
but I'm just going to, let's just talk about them as their personalities and their personas. They're very relatable. They definitely are in the category of if he's your guy, you love him. If he's not your guy, you hate him.
100%.
Absolutely.
The thing that annoys me the most about him is that he wears a compression long sleeve underneath his polo.
He's a tryhard.
It's such a
I'm sorry, he's a tryhard. Sue me, I don't care. He's a tryhard. He's a great coach. Don't get me wrong. This is not saying he's not a great coach.
Of course
he is a great coach. He's also a tryhard. You can be both. And if I am a basketball player and I see him out on the floor, I am literally driving right into him. and forcing the official to make the call. And I might even punch him while he's on the ground.
Whoa.
Because I'm a dirty player.
Yeah, apparently
I'm Bill Lane Beer.
Jeez, John. You're fired up today.
I'm not.
Johnny Pig writes, with all the players opting out and the college football playoff stealing all the thunder, have the bowl games become the NFL Pro Bowl of college football outside of the CFP, that is? Have bowl games become the Pro Bowl?
Well, when you look at all the goofy gimmicks with the Pop-Tart guy and the mayo dunking and all the other stuff, and now what the Pro Bowl has become, there's an element of symmetry to that.
It's going to be very interesting, in all seriousness, to see what the non-playoff bowls become in future years, especially next year and beyond when it expands. And there are now so many more teams that are involved in real important games. It's going to make the below-the-line bowls all the less important. And I don't know how that shows itself. You know, like Nicole Auerbach had a column over the week of like how to fix the bowl issues. And her idea, and I'm with her, is like, make the bowl games goofier. You know, what bowl games do we talk about right now outside of the big ones? We talk about the Pop-Tarts Bowl. We talk about the Mayonnaise Bowl. Why do we talk about those? Because they have really weird, goofy gimmicks. I would lean into that stuff. If I am a sponsor of something food-related, I would try to lean into that stuff as much as possible because it's going to create brand awareness and people are going to tune into it. You know, I didn't watch that game, but I was busy. Otherwise, I would have just because it was funny. It was really weird.
What are you, me?
Stuff. Yeah, I would have had it on the background.
I mean, that said, there is going to be a law of diminishing returns when it comes to that. I mean, the Pop-Tarts Bowl, it's just like anything else in society. You know, once you hit on something, I think of like reality television. Once you hit on something, then everyone turns into a copycat. And eventually there's a law of diminishing returns. Not every bowl game can have an edible mascot or do some of the goofy gimmicks. So this is not me saying these aren't good ideas and these aren't fun things to make the bowls more watchable. But at the end of the day, the substance of what it is has to be worthy enough to watch or be interested in, because you can only live on gimmicks so far.
Mm-hmm. It's a good point.
So I would caution folks if it's like, oh man, every bowl game needs to do it this way. No, because eventually the law of diminishing returns, and it can happen real fast, especially the goofier it gets and the less serious it gets, and the more it takes attention away from the actual product itself. Then it becomes a circus, and pretty soon people get real annoyed by it real fast. So you really have to be careful with this. I would caution other bowls not to necessarily just jump in and try to copy what the Pop-Tarts Bowl did, because you could end up being labeled as copycats and being, one-offs and just a bad ripoff of the original article.
The Cheez-Its Bowl, Pop-Tarts and Cheez-Its are owned by the same parent company.
Yes.
But when Cheez-Its was trying to do that, just immediately, that made me so angry. Because let that just be the Pop-Tart Bowl thing. Let the crazy mascot be the Pop-Tart thing. And then the Cheez-It, it was just kind of lame. It was lame to watch the Cheez-Its.
It was Popeyes, and it was a huge, giant piece of chicken that everyone ate.
Well, that's impossible, because that would require it to be a large piece of chicken. It would actually be microscopic. You wouldn't be able to see it.
They'd also have to start cooking it a year and a half in advance.
The Popeyes Bowl, their gimmick is that the ball gets put on the tee and both teams are lined up ready to start the game, and then you just end up waiting and waiting and waiting.
You jerk.
And waiting. That said, I mean, if we would have been on the air, the Internet is Undefeated would have had copious amounts of memes that were done in the name of Catholicism and the giving of one's body for worship. I mean, the memes that were on Twitter after that episode were something to behold.
They indeed were.
All right, so there's some dumb debates for this week. Coming up next, we got a lot of NFL to go, because we got to go fired up for football.
Yes,
and to kind of explain how everything's going to go. And yes, I'm going to get on my soapbox.
Of course you are.
We need help so that we get the right games on our television this Sunday, because there's a lot of meaningful games. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job, Connor.
No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No,
it could have been.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy and chilly tonight. Some areas of fog, low temperatures into the lower 20s. Still some fog around Thursday morning, otherwise mostly cloudy skies and again a bit cool. High temperatures Thursday in the low to mid 30s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, currently nothing major as far as wrecks to avoid. We are getting a report of a delay on westbound L Street around 120th, a slight delay on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd, delays on eastbound L Street between 36th and 24th, and then delays on Dodge for both directions between 72nd and 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery hopes you have yourself a classic little Christmas by entering non-winning holiday classic scratch tickets for a chance to win $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, or $20,000. Top prize odds vary by game. Promotion ends January 3rd, 2024.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Churco. Receive two $25 gift vouchers for just $25. From fresh pastas handcrafted daily to house dry-aged steaks and focaccia bread baked daily, Churco is perfect for date night or any night. Churco features crafted unique cocktails as well as an extensive Italian and American wine list. Churco, located at 192nd and Q and CIRCOOmaha.com.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Sportsman Vibe Conduct on 1620 The Vibe.
On 1620 The Zone.
Football is finally here. Well, it's been here for about 6 weeks, but John hasn't written anything yet, so now Nick gets to write one. It's been a fun season. The Dolphins are kicking ass. The Rams are being the Rams. And the Cowboys lost to the Cardinals. Don't worry, though. If none of your NFL teams are doing well, you always have Nebraska football. Sure, they might be off to a 3-3 start, but we knew it would be a rebuilding year. Matt Rule is a great coach, but he isn't a miracle worker.
This gets more and more dated by the second.
I mean, they've won every game we thought they would win and lost the ones we thought they would lose.
That's not wrong.
Well, except for Colorado. John and Josh thought they'd win that one for some reason. Remember how Nick was right about that one?
Yeah.
Anyway, that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is another week of college and pro football is about to begin. It's time to look ahead to the distant future of starting tomorrow and figuring out how good this week is. It's time to get fired up for football.
We've never taken this into the new year, ever. I mean, I'm not sure why we keep doing this, but
because we're getting fired up, John. We have to let people know what they're watching this weekend.
Not very fired up.
Oh, I'm fired up.
All right. Well, the story is as follows. We look at the week that is to come in professional and college football, and we tell you what its worthiness is of watching. We'll make it very short and very sweet. College football, it's a national championship game. It's Michael Penix trying to defeat the forces of evil, the cheaters, the the losers and all those idiots who root for Michigan. God help, Michael Penix could be the greatest person since Nick Foles, the last quarterback to beat Tom Brady in a Super Bowl.
Big Mr. Penix.
John, you forgot though. There is other college football.
No, there's not.
Games.
No, don't even.
John. On Sunday, Montana takes on South Dakota State.
Oh,
in the FBS
cool!
game.
During the NFL, no one's gonna watch.
How about this then? January 6th, Steve Sipple's favorite day, the All-American Bowl. Remember, John, when we would watch the All-American Bowl in the olden times?
The All-American.
Is that how you're
Nebraska
celebrating
would
Josh
have players. That the All-American Bowl, John, is at noon on NBC on January 6th. So
cool.
happy January 6th to you and yours.
I look forward to seeing and watching people breathlessly tweet again about, oh boy, that extra point by Jordan Congdon sure was impressive. I can't wait till Jordan Congdon wears the Husker uniform and kicks Nebraska to a Big 12 championship.
Josh, it's happy January 6th to those who celebrate.
To those who celebrate. Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
All right, fine. Just give it a damn A and be done with it.
All right, cool. Yeah. I mean, look, A+ national championship game. That sounds awesome. What a great game it's going to be. No SEC. This is going to be lovely. All right, let's get to.
Actually, it might be lesser without the SEC because obviously Alabama should have been in the first place. But don't even get started over here, cheater boy.
Hey, I'm rooting for Washington. We'll see. I say that.
Yeah, you're rooting for Washington, sure. All right, so to the NFL.
Yeah,
and let's take a look at this piece by piece.
Yeah, you had a tweet earlier today. You're imploring our local CBS affiliates to help us out. And as of now, they are not going to deliver on your wish.
Now, listen, I do this with all love and respect to Mitch Holthus. And actually, it truly is for Mitch, because this could be a great week for everyone just to huddle around their radios and listen to Mitch call a meaningless Chiefs-Chargers game. This game literally has zero impact on the playoffs. The Chiefs are locked in as the 3 seed.
Yes.
They're not likely not going to play their starters if at all on Sunday. The Charred are the Charred. They're a bad team. They suck. This game does not matter in any way, shape, or form. So please, and remember, this is a really weird week because there's dueling doubleheaders on both networks, and you're getting the crossover. So for those of us who grew up in the glorious 1980s and remember that CBS was the home of the NFC, watching Bears-Packers on the Tiffany network will be like olden times. But the problem with this is because Bears and Packers is on CBS, and so too is Chiefs-Chargers at the same time, we're probably going to end up watching a meaningless game instead of the Bears-Packers, which has massive playoff implications. Green Bay is winning in. They could still get in with a loss, but they would need some help. So this is an important game. This is a game that actually matters. Packers could also get as high as a 6 seed, depending on what happens with the Rams and the 49ers. So this is a big game.
Take that,
the Chiefs-Chargers is not a big game. So please, I beg you, just put aside for 1 week, Chiefs fans. For 1 week, you can sacrifice not seeing your good football team.
Don't disrespect him, John.
Stop disrespecting the Chiefs.
We do not disrespect in any way, shape, or form.
And never have.
Remember, your franchise only became great after we started putting Mitch Holthus on our program.
That's true.
You're welcome, Chiefs fans. Now, this is how you pay us back. You who get all of your games on TV. You who don't have to order my DirecTV NFL Sunday ticket or the other off-brand Sunday tickets to watch their favorite teams. We always have to watch your team. Even when your team sucked, we had to watch your team. Now, this game, again, it's meaningless. Patrick Mahomes, not going to play. Travis Kelce, probably not going to play.
They're locked in. They're locked into the 3.
We don't need to see that energy vampire, that talent vampire, Taylor Swift, who is sucking the lifeblood out of the talent of Travis Kelce. We don't need to see that wench's face anymore this weekend. Go watch an MTV video. Go watch one of her stupid concert films. Go watch any of that. We don't need to see this Trump on our television when we could watch the Packers and the Bears in a meaningful playoff game, a rivalry game.
What the hell, John?
Thank you.
Jeez, John. By the way, you just let me know. For some reason I thought that the Rams were locked into the 6. So go Rams! We're rooting for the Rams this weekend. By the way, we have avoided every other time slot so far. So if you're wondering,
I just wanted to get that out there. Why are you rooting for the Rams, by the way?
Because I'd rather play the Packers than the Rams. I'll be honest. I'd rather play the Packers than the Rams. I think you guys are a little scared.
Fear us.
You fear us. Too strong of a word.
You fear us because you're not going to get any more calls from the referees. Anyway, all right, so let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to Saturday because these are big games too.
Yeah, Pittsburgh at Baltimore. Baltimore has nothing to play for in that game. Pittsburgh has obviously their playoff lives to play for in this one. Pittsburgh at Baltimore. Remember, they're one of the 3 teams to have beaten the Ravens earlier this year. And a huge game on Saturday night between Houston and Indianapolis. We're rooting, obviously, John, for Houston, are we not? We want Houston to get into the playoffs. We don't want Indianapolis to get into the playoffs.
Well,
no offense, Indy. I don't like your quarterback situation. I'd rather have CJ Stroud in the postseason than I would Indianapolis.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the Texans have been a great story. I guess the only selfish thing I would look for here is if CJ Stroud were to lay an egg in this game. Thus, the People's Rookie of the Year, Puka Nacua, rightfully wins his award because they're, the idiots who vote in the NFL are always going quarterback instead of looking at the obvious, and that is that Puka is by far the superior rookie. But anyway, you're right. We would much rather see Houston and CJ Stroud in the playoffs. But those are the games on Saturday. So again, both of them have some implications. Then you look at the noon window. We'll just quick go game by game.
Yeah.
Bucks, Panthers. Bucks need to win. They win. They're the champs.
They're the champs, yeah.
They're the champs of the division. And Saints Falcons doesn't mean anything. Of course, Saints Falcons will be going on at the same time. So while they're playing each other, they're scoreboard watching. And yes, the Falcons could win this division with a losing record.
Yes. They just need help. They need the Bucks to lose. It comes down to the Bucks. But the Bucks, again, they play the Panthers. So if they lose this game, I mean, they don't deserve to go in the playoffs, obviously. But if they win, they're good to go. And they'll be playing most likely the Eagles. But there's a potential, of course, that they'd be playing the Cowboys.
Sadly, my friend Tom McCarthy, who I saw last night in Washington, who was on the call for the Creighton game, is doing Browns-Bengals. Sadly, that game has no implications at all.
No, it does not.
The Browns are locked in.
Shout out to the Browns. Get some rest, man. Rest your guys. You'll be good to go for the playoffs.
Round it up.
Vikings, Lions, there's a very, very, I think the percentage chance is 9% according to NFL.com.
Okay.
If the Vikings win, they have a 9% chance, but they need a lot of help.
Yeah, the Vikings need to win. They need the Bears to win. They need let's see, I don't think it matters with the Rams. They need the Cardinals to win. And they need the Falcons to win, and that is how the Minnesota Vikings would get into the postseason. That is how
there is, I believe, a slim chance the Lions could move up a seed, or are they locked into the 3 now?
Let me do the okay. So if Washington wins, the Giants win, and that's how it happens. So the Cowboys would have to lose, the Eagles would have to lose, and the Lions would have to win. So it's a very slim chance. Both the Eagles and the Cowboys are favorites. Dallas almost 2 touchdowns. The Eagles almost a 1 touchdown favorite. But the Lions do have they do have something to play for. It'll be interesting to see, John, how they approach this game, given it is a noon game. So they will not get to do any scoreboard watching in their game. And so, there's a scenario, of course, where they're on at the same time as the Cowboys or Eagles, and one of those teams is up by 3 scores in the first half, and they say, "Okay, see you later. Call off the dogs. Let's get some rest and prepare for the playoffs."
The other noon games, Jets Patriots has no bearing on anything.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
We mentioned Falcons Saints, and then Jags Titans. Jags win and in.
Correct.
Jags lose. Then all of a sudden the windows open for whoever won on Saturday night between Houston and
by the way,
and there are some wild card chances there too.
Yes, and what you just said there too about the Titans and the Jags and the Steelers, like that is also going to play a part in what happens in terms of the Bills getting in or missing the play. Because there is a world, like I know we spent a lot of time the last couple of days saying, hey, it's a 2 seed or a miss. There is a world where the Bills are still able to get into the postseason, even if they lose. They just are going to need some help elsewhere.
And then in the late window, again, my pleas to God and country, to 10-11, to Channel 3 in Omaha, please put Bears-Packers on. It's a more important game. We don't need to watch the Chiefs.
John, you used to always say the Chiefs.
Chiefs. Let's not steal. Let's not steal our.
I stand with John on this one. They are the Chiefs.
Now I say all of this knowing that my DirecTV Sunday ticket will be locked in on Rams 49ers, and 49ers are already locked in as the 1 seed. The Rams, if they win, would be locked in as the 6 seed. If they lose, then there's an opening for Green Bay to pass them. But it was only for a seed line. So that game really doesn't have a ton of ramifications. Get it?
Ramifications. Nice.
Let's see. Seahawks, Cardinals. Seahawks must win.
Yes, and they would need some help if they are to make the playoffs. If they win, their
Steve Kornacki odds are 41% if they win.
They need the Bears to beat the Packers. That's the scenario that gets them into the playoffs, which I mean is not that wild of a scenario.
No,
if
it's
we're being
really
honest
not.
here. So they don't need anything from Lions, Vikings. They don't need anything from the East teams. They would just need to win, and they need the Bears to beat the Packers. That is how they would be the 7th seed.
Broncos, Raiders has no bearing on anything. And then the Eastern Division games, obviously the Eagles need to win. Dallas needs to lose. If Philly loses, Dallas is the champ.
That one's pretty easy. Dallas wins, they're the 2. Dallas loses and Philly wins. They're most likely. I guess it depends on then what would have happened in the Lions game earlier, but that time slot will be for the division. Oh, let me throw one more thing at you, John. I guess Sunday night is obviously
it's the AFC East championship game, and depending on what happens elsewhere, the Bills may need to win this just to get in the playoffs anyway.
Yes. So Bills win.
Well, I guess not. But still, they definitely want to win this game because the Bills literally could go from being out of the playoffs to being as high as the 2. Correct?
Yes. Okay. So let's run through this the easy scenario is Dolphins win, they're the 2 seed. Bills win, they are the 2 seed. There is a world where the Bills would make the playoffs still as a 7 seed with a loss. The help that they would need, as if I am looking at everything correctly, the Steelers could get in, oddly enough, John, as a 6 seed with a win over the Ravens. And then I believe the help would come in the form of Tennessee beating Jacksonville. And that is how Buffalo would get in, and Houston would end up being the 4 seed. The Bills are favorites, though, in this game for obvious reasons. Nick's team is super banged up at this point in time.
It's not pretty.
So the most likely, though, path for them is win and 2 seed or loss and out of the postseason, which is pretty wild. Oh, let me throw one more thing at you, John, because I know we're only talking about playoff scenarios. So right now, the 2nd overall draft pick is the Commanders. The 3rd pick is the Patriots. How about this? If both teams lose, the strength of record would actually flip those teams, and the Patriots would be number 2 overall drafting, and the Commanders would actually drop to 3. So if you're a Washington fan in our audience, much apologies. Sorry, Dirk Chatlin. You are rooting for the Patriots to defeat the Jets, and you know what? That is probably going to happen because Bill Belichick hates the Jets, and this is probably going to be his last game ever coaching the Patriots. He's going to want to go out a winner. So that's just an odd quirk of the scheduling this weekend.
And because of where the draft lies, I mean, the Bears have locked in the number 1, having the Panthers pick. Depending on what the Bears decide to do, I mean, that pick literally could be the Caleb Williams pick.
Yes.
If you're assuming he is the number 1 quarterback taken, and the Bears decide, hey, I think we can make this Justin Fields thing work, then all of a sudden that whatever happens this weekend could determine whether it's the Commanders who end up with him or the Patriots that end up with him, assuming that that's what those teams would be going for. So there's some intrigue. Now, with that said, Josh, because I don't have much faith that television is going to do for us what they need to do for us at 325.
Correct.
I am downgrading this week as a B.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
See, I am downgrading this week as a B, even though this should be an A+ week with all of these playoff scenarios that are out there. But on principle, I am downgrading this week because we are likely going to be having to be forced to watch a crap game between the Chiefs and the Chargers that has no bearing on anything whatsoever.
By the way, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I tried to do this and you said, no, we're not grading on what we're getting locally. It doesn't matter. We're just grading the weekend overall. So now you're already walking back. You sound like a politician.
This is a new year, new
like
me.
John Kerry right now, John.
I am making a stand, Josh.
20
I'm
years
making
ago.
a stand.
By the way, the 506 map did come out earlier in the day, and indeed right now we are in the green, which means that we are actually watching a red team, and that is the Chiefs at the Chargers. We are in a very small part of the country that has that instead of what you're hoping for.
That is disgusting.
I'm going over to the Schaefer's. My wife and I are going over to the Schaefer's to watch some football. So we're going to have, he has Sunday ticket. He has his real Sunday ticket. So we'll get to watch all the games. It's going to be great. I can't wait to be stressed. Football.
Why are you going to be stressed? You're playing an FCS team.
They lost to him by 20 points in the season finale last year, John. You never know what's going to happen.
Oh,
it's the NFL.
yeah. Well, okay. On that, then let's look at our group of 5 rankings first before we get to our Power 5 rankings because, Washington is awful. They're terrible.
Do you have them as the worst team or the second worst team?
No, actually, what? I flip-flopped the Panthers and Patriots yet again. Panthers are now dead last.
Yep, same.
I'm still going Patriots 31.
Oh, wow. I have the Patriots 29.
Patriots are bad. I'm sorry. I don't care what happened last week.
They beat the Broncos.
Okay, yeah, they beat the Broncos. That was 2 weeks ago. Who cares?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah,
the Chargers are still off. So I only have Washington at 29.
Wow. So I have the Commanders at 31. I have the Chargers at 30. Then I have the Pats at 29. They're all really bad teams. Do we agree on all 5 teams?
I have the Cardinals at 28.
Whoa. What do you mean? I've been saying since week 3, they're a scrappy, tough football team. They run the ball very well. They just got a huge dub.
So are the Giants, who almost beat the playoff-bound LA Rams.
Yeah, I had the Giants at 28.
The Giants are a very fine team. They arguably might be the best team in that horrible division right now.
Is that what people are saying?
That's what smart people are saying. No, I mean, Giants are bad, but I think the Cardinals are worse.
Yeah, it's funny, man. Like, you look at the records overall of the teams in the NFL this year, and like you have like these 4 teams that just have horrible records, and then everyone else is like 7 and 9 or better. It's a very odd season right now.
All right, to the Power 5 rankings. We agree on the top 4.
Oh, wow.
So, Baltimore.
Yeah.
Frisco.
Yeah.
Buffalo.
Yeah.
And I was surprised you went with Detroit, but I have Detroit at number 4.
This is my official apology to the Detroit fans for what happened.
Get out.
You're number 4. Congratulations on being number 4. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
You are so insincere.
It's sincere. This is very sincere. I mean, they should have won the game. They also should have gotten called for a tripping penalty, and so the game shouldn't have even gone down to the wire. The ref's horrible as always in the NFL. Am I right? But I mean, look, they're impressive enough.
There's always a but with you. That's what it is.
I mean,
okay. Now on that note,
number 5 because I have the Cowboys number 5.
This was my way of punishing the Cowboys and their alliance with the officials in the NFL. I put Cleveland at number 5.
So I did debate that quite a bit in my mind. I thought a lot about them. Their defense is spectacular. You know, if we view like the Ravens and the 49ers offenses as like the best units in the NFL, very good argument that you could say that the Browns defense is the 3rd best unit, top to bottom in the NFL. It is going to allow them to, I think, certainly win in the first round, John. I'm guessing we're going to agree on that. And they're going to give Baltimore hell, I think, in the second round, presuming that the other seedings happen the way that I think that they will. I feel like Flacco will turn into a pumpkin at some point in time, which is why I had them at this spot. But they're my 6th team. So, I mean, I literally have them right on the outside. I debated it quite a bit in my mind.
Again, I'm only doing this as a symbolic gesture to punish Dallas and Jared Jones for buying off yet another game. That said, if they were on a neutral field, I would take Dallas over Cleveland.
Nice.
But
maybe in the Super Bowl. Maybe we could see that matchup in Las Vegas in the Super Bowl. How fun would that be?
Well, that depends. Are the same crooked refs going to be officiating the entire playoffs?
I think they're suspended. I think that they've said bye-bye. They will.
They're suspended, yet they're still going to be on the Ravens-Steelers game.
Yeah, they're doing the first game of the whole weekend on Saturday.
Unreal.
How fun will that be?
Amazing.
Unreal.
Speaking of Jarrow, we need some retroactive glory holes. What do you think, 3?
I say this is okay. Fine.
I mean, whatever.
3 or 4, Nick.
Give Josh as many stupid glory holes as he wants.
Glory hole. Glory hole. glory hole.
Okay, it's important to do that.
And by the way, one more thing, going back to the playoff stuff, I saw this tweet from Ben Baldwin earlier, and it's kind of something we hit on, John. But if Jacksonville and Miami wins, the Bills would make the playoffs if the Ravens win. So they would miss it if the Steelers win. And so his point was, given that the Bills are probably the second best team in the conference, if I were in the Ravens position, I would not want to win. It's going to be pretty fascinating to see how they approach that game on Saturday. They have nothing to play for. I guess the only idea is not getting too rusty, because you're not going to play football for another 2 weeks.
Sure, 2 weeks.
But man, like it's a way to keep out maybe your toughest competitor in the entire playoffs, depending on what happens.
Yeah, it really is a win. It really is a win-win. You get rest, and you could potentially knock out the team that is right now playing the best next to you in your conference. So, it certainly could be a win-win. Be very fascinating to see how that game plays out. That said, I mean, I know the Steelers, they beat Seattle on the road last week. That's impressive. But could Baltimore's, non-starters still give the Steelers a fight? I say yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it will be easy for Pittsburgh either way.
Correct. I would agree.
I don't think it'll be easy either way. Coming up, we've got some content, the Battle of the NUs, and Rory McIlroy has officially sold out on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
My passion for the unborn comes from my own unplanned pregnancy. Dan and I have been together for over 45 years. We have 3 of the most beautiful children. My name is Marlis Patma. I'm the former president of Iowa Right to Life, and I'm supporting Nikki Haley for president. I've heard Nikki's story. She speaks with such clarity about the importance of life because for her, it's personal.
I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children.
Nikki's a sister in Christ. She's pro-life. She has compassion and strength. I want a president with moral clarity who can restore our country, our pride, and our purpose. For my children and yours, please support Nikki Haley for president.
I'm Nikki Haley, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Nikki Haley for president.
The NFL regular season is wrapping up, and there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. The app is so easy to use. There's so many different ways to bet, like live same-game parlays. Find bets in the new Explore tab. Make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, the best way to find popular parlays, and so much more. It is the first round of NFL games of 2024. We've got playoffs just around the corner. So visit FanDuel. Don't miss out on any of the action. Go to FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE. That's FanDuel.com/zone and make your first bet a layup. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Stay tuned. Coming up, top of the hour, big matchup here on 1620 The Zone. Ranked matchup, Creighton women versus UConn over at Sokol. That's where Josh is right now. Let's get to the content.
Remember last month when we thought Nebraska might be in the mix for Cam Ward? Well, he's headed to the NFL, an announcement he made in recent days. Right move?
I mean, it's going to be a deep quarterback field. But that said, there's always teams seemingly looking for a quarterback. So maybe it is trying to project ahead to next year. I mean, it might make some sense for him to come back for one more year because it might not be as deep a field next year. I'll go with no. I think he should have probably stuck it out one more season because I'm sure he could have got a nice little NIL package somewhere.
Yeah, I think that he should have stayed. And for that very reason, John, now, like, obviously the reason you go to the pros beyond, your dreams and getting paid, above board and all of those things is you want to get to your second contract. Second contract's always going to be more valuable than whatever you're going to make in college. But man, I really feel like given his experience level and how he's performed, I feel like he could have commanded a lot more money in year, 6 or whatever in college than he'll make in maybe years 1, 2, 3, and 4 combined in the NFL. Maybe I'll be wrong, and when he goes through the process, he'll climb in the rankings. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised with this move.
On New Year's Eve, a member of r/CFB, that's Reddit, John, posted the results of a poll asking which school best represents its initials. Nebraska versus Northwestern was included in the battle for NU. And wouldn't you know it, Nebraska won. Guess that means we don't have to debate it anymore, right?
I still am one of the few, the proud, those who don't refer to Nebraska as NU. John, it's University of Nebraska. I have my diploma at home. I could go grab it and show it tomorrow in content. I have my diploma. It doesn't say Nebraska University. I know in those days in the Big 8, everyone was blank U, OU, MU, NU, KU. But no, they're the University of Nebraska for me. I never abbreviate them as NU, but I know that I am on an island on this one.
Well, I mean, I still use it in shorthand in a lot of things because it's old habit. But I mean, it is right. Northwestern is literally Northwestern University, and that's why people think I'm trolling. I'm not. I try to use UNL when I can because that technically is the most proper abbreviation. It's the University of Nebraska Lincoln, is not, Nebraska University Lincoln or Nebraska University. So, and again, this was an online poll.
Correct.
The odds of
Northwestern,
the odds of Northwestern beating anybody in an online poll are slim to none, even if you get every member of the Northwestern sports media cabal to vote 5 times. But Nebraska always wins these online things. So, no, I take no stock in it whatsoever.
Something that doesn't always win things, the Jets cut running back Dalvin Cook with 1 week remaining in the regular season. In exchange for Cook possibly, quote, latching onto a playoff team, Cook has forfeited any remaining guarantees the Jets might owe him. Will he find a playoff team to participate?
Yes, he will. And it'll be perfect timing. Because, I saw a tweet from a fan of this team last week who basically said he was done with said running back. So the Dallas Cowboys and Dalvin Cook will be a match made in heaven.
I really hope that they don't sign him. I'd rather they try to shore up like the thin offensive line room, which is they actually did. They signed Lyle Collins to the practice squad, and linebacker depth. I would rather not have Dalvin Cook. I think the issues go beyond just Tony Pollard. But, John, Tony Pollard is a tough hang these days. I am out on Tony Pollard. He's really pissing me off right now.
I saw an analysis from CBS Sports giving the suggested landing spots. One of the teams was San Francisco.
For Dalvin Cook?
Yeah.
Weird.
I mean, insurance.
Yeah. McCaffrey's not playing this week against
the
Rams.
49ers are trying to do what the Rams did and just sign all the good players or trade for all the good players.
It's like an all-star team of players who were picked in the first or second round over the last decade.
Which is going to make it hilarious when they still don't win a Super Bowl, though the Rams did it. So,
Are you saying the Cowboys are going to beat them in the NFC Championship game, John, like it's 1992 and 1993 all over again? Is that what you're saying?
No, I did not say that because again, I think the NFL at some point will come to its senses and actually hire officials that aren't crooked.
Interesting.
No, I don't know. I mean, right now the Ravens look like they're the team to beat.
They're pretty good.
I mean, Frisco could still get to the Super Bowl and end up losing, just like they did in the blackout Super Bowl about 10 years ago.
That's true.
David Tepper, not our former boss, has been fined $300,000 for tossing a drink at fans. Does the punishment fit the crime?
I mean, the issue with the punishment is that, $300,000. I'm not going to pretend like that isn't a lot of money. John, the guy's worth $20.6 billion. So what is the equivalent for a fine of that for like you or me with the money that we have? Now, I know you do have a grill deck, so maybe it's hard to ask you this question. But like Nick and I, what would this be? It's like putting a quarter in our jar at the Palatial Studios there at 5011 Capitol Avenue. So no, I thought that they would really try to make a statement with the punishment with him. Look, is the crime like the worst thing in the world? Of course not. But dude, you are the owner of a football team. You need to chill out. Like this guy, I know we keep saying it every time we talk about him, but he really is Daniel Snyder. This guy sucks. My sister-in-law is a Panthers fan. I feel horrible for her. She's stuck with this guy probably for the rest of her life. Like she's not going to get out of it. This is horrible.
I would have made. I mean, again, $1 million would still be a drop in the bucket based on what this guy is. But I think it symbolically looks better than $300,000. I think it should have been a 7-figure fine. Just do something to get him mad, because he should be mad at himself for being an idiot.
Yeah. Rory McIlroy, for years a staunch defender of the PGA and critic of Live Golf and those who defected for its Saudi blood money, now says he was too judgmental of his rivals who left for Live, Laugh, Love Golf. So they got Rory too, huh?
Oh, yes. You knew this was going to happen with all the money that Liv was giving away to golfers for just hitting a little white ball and doing it in front of no fans and no television viewers. This was way too easy. Here was another quote from McIlroy. He said, "I've come to realize that if you've got people or a sovereign wealth fund spending money in your sport, ultimately that's a good thing."
Oh my gosh.
He is totally flipped. And I mean, he sees the writing on the wall, and it's embarrassing. I actually had a little respect for Rory for being as staunch as he was for this, but now he's just like the rest of them, just going to take that blood money. And I look forward to seeing just what kind of nefarious things Rory will be asked to do now that he is a proud member of the Live, Laugh, Golf Acceptance Society.
Yeah, it's a reminder of how little I enjoy ever talking about this story and how it is going to continue to be a story, most likely as we get on into 2024 and we get closer to the majors and we get closer to the actual season starting up. I know that it's technically started, but I think we're about a month away. I mean, it's always Super Bowl weekend when they do the tournament in Arizona, the Waste Management Open.
I mean, honestly, Josh, I don't think it's going to still be a story, because now that you've got some very powerful voices like Rory who have kind of thrown their arms up and said, no big deal. That helps add to the acceptance factor, and less people will be paying attention to it or writing about the controversies therein. And this is just another step towards what the Saudis want in the first place, and that is, sports washing.
Yeah, 100%.
This is a sentence. What do we make of the Aaron Rodgers-Jimmy Kimmel feud and how Kimmel is threatening to take Rodgers to court after Rodgers alluded to the fact that Kimmel is nervous that he'll show up on Jeffrey Epstein's list?
That is a sentence, Nick. What are we to make of it? I don't think, John, that Kimmel would go as hard in the paint as he did if he wasn't on the flight log. So I think I would kind of start there. I think that, I know why Kimmel is as loud about this too, because of when you say this type of stuff, the crazies start looking up addresses and threatening family members and all sorts of things. The thing that I am wondering about from the ESPN perspective is, like, they have allowed Rodgers to come on and say a lot of stuff that is obviously not true. Like, this is where you get into, though, suing territory. And so what isn't ESPN, on the hook for with this? I don't know. I'm not, into that part of law and law coverage. But I am curious to see what this is going to mean, because obviously they have allowed McAfee to have a ton of leeway in a lot of things he does, which I appreciate, honestly, just as someone who also talks on the air for many hours a day. But I do wonder what this is going to mean for his show if they say, you're not allowed to have this guy on anymore. Sorry.
By the way, this all stems back from when Kimmel was making jokes at Aaron Rodgers' expense regarding Epstein and UFOs and conspiracies, and he alleged that, Rodgers should be still in the concussion protocol. And so I think Rodgers took that personally, and then he fired back yesterday. And yeah, I don't know what ESPN's going to make him do. So far, Pat McAfee has been able to do everything that he's wanted, including signing the big deal and, making a lot of money while others were shown the door. And as far as editorial content, they have not silenced him on anything that I know of, or that has at least been publicized. It will be fascinating to see if, this is a tipping point in this relationship. And remember, with or without Rodgers on ESPN, he's still a pro quarterback, and he's still someone that ESPN is going to be talking about, because we assume he's going to be playing again next year. So
correct.
We'll see where this goes.
Folks, Jack Mitchell is scrolling the dark web again, and he's finding some truly disgusting stuff.
The Aaron Rodgers stuff?
Close. He found a weather prediction that says the average daily high and low will be 51 and 31 degrees this month. On top of that, it says the highest temperature will reach 84 degrees with 5 other days above 70. Is the snow done?
Don't encourage him. We're 2 shows into the new year.
You're 1 show into the new year, you lazy millennial.
We have 3 months of meteorological winter left. Do not encourage. I mean, it's bad enough that Josh is getting all the breaks from the NFL right now.
Let's go.
We do not need him to be cursing us. I mean, it's going to be bad enough if Dallas somehow flukes their way to a Super Bowl. We're going to have to listen to Josh for a whole year. It's going to be another thing when Josh starts talking about the snow being done, and pretty soon we're buried under 17 feet of this stuff. And the only thing we're able to watch on TV is nonstop Jared Jones celebrating, going, hey, look at my millions and how much I paid off the NFL so we could win.
Billions.
This is billions, whatever.
Imagine, John, can you imagine the visual of him getting the trophy and lifting it in Las Vegas? But no, the snow is not done. It's going to snow on Monday. What website was Jack on that says it's going to be in the 70s all month long? Next week is going to be like the worst week of the year in terms of temperature. The low is going to get to at one point 1 degree. The weekend, it'll be 2 degrees. The first playoff weekend. We're going to be stuck inside watching football. I have no idea what the hell Jack's looking at.
How can you say it's going to be the worst week of the year when the year's only 3 days in?
Spot the lie, though, Nick. It's going to be the worst week of the year to that point.
Worst week of the year so far.
Well, coming up next, it's a new year, and as we promised, the bet of the day is done, folks.
Dead. See you later.
We have a new segment to debut next. What's for dinner? On 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
We'll go right.
The 1620. The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Welcome to What's Up for Dinner.
Oh, what are we having for a dinner?
What are we having for the dinner? We're going to have the dinner today. And today, we're going to scan the food web to find out what's up for dinner.
Oh, the food web. So this is our new segment. Bet of the Day is canceled. We're done with Bet of the Day. By the way, none of us won our, I guess, Nick, I never even looked up your insane parlay. But
I'm sure it didn't.
Yeah, John and I lost, so we're done with bet of the day, and we are debuting this new segment today. What's for dinner?
Well, the superior chicken, KFC.
Is that what you're having?
No, I'm not having that.
Oh,
I think we're having chili tonight, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
They have started the new year by bringing in some new wrap flavors. No, I'm not talking about the music. I'm talking about tortilla wraps.
Nice.
Okay.
I love wraps, by the way, with chicken in them.
Remember when McDonald's had wraps?
They don't have those anymore?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they got rid of them.
Okay.
So now KFC's had the basic mac and cheese wrap. That actually started a couple of months ago. It's got the chicken tenders, the mac and cheese, and the cheese blend. But now they have added spicy mac and cheese and honey barbecue.
I'm not going to lie. I'm intrigued by this idea. It's too bad that it's at KFC, which is garbage. But that is an intriguing idea. I like
it way faster, though.
Cool, Nick. But if the food's not good, I don't care how fast I get it.
Sounds delicious.
The spicy mac and cheese wrap at the KFC is similar to the original, but it adds. See, they're doing the shortcut.
Here we go.
They're doing the Popeye shortcut. They're adding spicy mayo to it. That's all it is.
Mayo on a wrap feels weird.
Not really.
Mayo on anything feels weird.
Mayo it feels weird. Just eat it, John. You don't have to rub your fingers in it.
Like mayo seems like a bread thing, not a tortilla thing.
Interesting. I haven't ever heard that take before.
Kind of a form of bread.
You're a form of bread.
Nice. Boom roasted, John. You're a carb.
The honey barbecue has the regular slime and pickles wrapped in the tortilla with the chicken tender and the honey barbecue sauce.
Friend of the Grum, Mike Schaefer, would love that. He's a huge pickle guy. Loves pickles.
Pickles are awesome.
Apparently, these are on the 2 for $5 menu. So you can get 2 of these for $5.
Dang, so that's like 4 meals for Nick. $5
it is.
Worth?
Yeah. Apparently, those who find the wraps a bit small can use the KFC app and get an extra one for free. So there you go, Josh. Another reason to not delete your KFC app.
There you go, Nick. You love apps.
I hate when fast food places do this. There's nothing stopping them from doing it in the store.
This is such a wild take. Of all the takes that Nick has, this might be his most curious. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. By the way, John, I'm at the arena, as you know, live right now. It's time for pizza. Pizza is what I'm having for dinner because I assume that's what they have. I guess who knows? But I'm going to go in the room and I'm going to expect to find some Godfather's pizza. I'm going to get some pepperoni sauce.
Wow, how are you going to eat that? I mean, you're literally going on the air in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to be stuffing my gullet during commercial break.
Shove
That's
it down
what's
there.
Be happening. Yeah. Sorry, Rob Sims. I hope I don't get any pizza sauce on you tonight.
Well, speaking of that, that'll wrap up the Grum as we'll put a wrap. We'll put a KFC wrap on
with
this
some spicy mayo on it.
For the macaroni.
Sure. Why not?
Why not?
Tomorrow's Thursday already.
Oh my gosh, week's flying by.
No
Thursday night football.
All right, so Josh, you and Rob Sims have a great call. Go Jays tonight against UConn.
On 1620 The Zone, my first ever game on The Zone. How fun is that?
I'm excited for you, Josh.
Oh, thanks, everybody. Talk to you in like 5 seconds.
Bye.
Enjoy that pizza.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.